Good morning, everybody. All right. How is your port even alive? Don't y'all go short at like 4,200? You know, believe it or not, Dickie Dongus, this might amaze you. You can carry positions and hedge them for very long periods of time without losing money. I know it sounds crazy, but if you knew jack shit about what you were talking about, you would know that. Anyway, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Binary brain? Yeah. Trash is up? Holy shit. What's up, Trash? Straddle's up more than the cost of it? Yeah, Straddle's up big. I'm at work. I hope I'm up. That'd probably be good. Oh, that's right. Your schedule's all... You changed your schedule. Anyway. So, let's see what positioning looks like. Oh, VIX dropped back down. But VIX future is still climbing. Interesting. Okay. Okay, no, not really dropping much there. Holy fuck, the dollar is down to 100. Piling into yields. All right, so a little bit of stagnation probably here. Yesterday, 44.25, 44.35, 44.40, and 44.50 pulled back into close, as did 44.75, and then 4,500 increased. So they risked off a little bit on the long positioning into close yesterday, meaning that this morning there's probably going to be a little bit of profit taking and a little bit of repositioning before any big moves, which is nice. God damn it, don't shock me like that. It's down to 100 handle. Jeez. Yeah, 70 BPS this morning. You got me so hot and bothered to see some hot poopy pants feet. I'll put them in the announcements channel. So yields are dumping because they think this is as high as they'll get. What mean? Um, could be fear of the inverse. Although I think we're kind of far from that. So I guess Nvidia to 500. I think we've got a long way to go before Nvidia hits Gamma Max, but it is up $7 this morning. We'll see if Nvidia starts to squeeze out short call positions, maybe. Netflix fucking failed hard into open. Don't forget QQQ's still doing its rebalance thing, right? This is the best case scenario CPI data for the bulls, right? But it doesn't change the broader market. I just wanted to be overly bullish in the morning session because otherwise people don't fucking get it, right? Um, you can't add any additional substance or it becomes confusing. This is really good for bulls. Priced in, you could argue that, but probably not. Yields down, stonks up. That's the way we like to fuck. Um, Disinflation is bullish. Disinflation is bullish. Deflation, very bearish. Um, how long will the bullish momentum last? I think probably at least until the end of the week. They have a bit of theta on their positions. Um, Next week we have SLD. If that has some kind of meaningful effect, which it hasn't for a couple months, that might be an early signal of a shift in positioning. Do we have SLD next week? Maybe it's the week after. Hold on. No, it's next week. Okay. Missed past few days. What is the QQQ adjustment you were talking about? It's got like a reconstitution going on because they're overweighted on the Mag 7. And I believe that's going to be before market open on June 24th. This is interesting. Huh. Happy crossover day, Dork. In the short term, I think we're gonna have a little bit of maybe a little bit of profit taking, a little repositioning here. So a bunch of chop, and then probably an intra or later in the day push for 44.75. Maybe a push for 4,500, depending on how strong the positioning is. Market just waiting for Kashkari. Everyone please buy Theta for SLD. The last 4 SLDs have seen price action the following week. That's OPEX. I mean, they're separate, but SLD also carries into the next week. People should have been buying fucking Theta anyway. Don't get me started on the SLD shit. Better chance for Fubo to test $3 now. Yes, as a matter of fact. The R2K is up 150 basis points in the market open today. You mean push for 44.75 ES, not SPX? No, I mean SPX. Or 4,500. ES, that would be what? like 45.30 maybe. Profit taking to what level do you think? I think we'll stay above 44.50. Um, unless some like selling comes in to save sold calls, we're probably not going to fill the gap. Any chance bank earnings will have a negative effect this week? It's pretty rare that bank earnings are bad. And they just did well in the stress tests. I would say that they'll probably just be moderate, and people will be disappointed with the net interest income. With the market pushing up, do you see GME, Upstart, and Fubo outperforming drastically in the short term? Do you think any shorts will withdraw to make them gamma squeeze? I don't think any of them are really. Well, Upstart maybe, but even that doesn't really have enough call interest high enough on the chain to gamma squeeze. I think it's got, some interest like up to 50. GME has almost no call interest to the upside on the chain. So without big volumetric moves in the indexes, it's probably not going to do a lot. Fubo's been kind of running, has some call interest, which has been building a bit. That one might have a better chance if it continues to run today. Above 3, that gets kind of interesting. Yeah, I think I just misspoke, AJ. Any reason a further dated in the money call would be less expensive than a closer dated in the money call? Vol? Although that's odd. I assume it's not very, very in the money. It's just a little bit. Are you feeling like 4,500 is going to be an all-day trek to get there? It could be. It could take a while. Let's see how this repositioning and pullback goes. The further we pull back, the longer it's gonna take to get to 4,500. But they weren't well prepared for a surprise to the downside. I mean, they're in a good position for it. After the pump yesterday, but not positioned well for it, right? If that makes sense. So they got the market to a level where they could position for further ups, but they did not position for much. So cash on the sidelines isn't the play. It rarely is. I'm not a big fan of being cash gang. There's always somewhere to make a yield. Probably good to think about cutting straddle puts if we test the gap. Yeah, that would be my plan. Otherwise, I'll cut them. Let's see. I have July 21. Yeah, I'd probably cut puts on the gap. I have stops on the calls already. Started paper trade practicing overnight strangles on SPY at the start of the month. Taken 4,000 to 5,000 like 10 days. 25% return. Nice. Learning a lot. Thanks, Gork. You got it, man. Well done. So probably good to think about cutting straddle puts if we test the gap. Never mind, I had the wrong strike. Okay. CPI thoughts on rate hikes. With CPI thoughts on rate hikes. I don't think the core inflation has really dropped sufficiently and still doesn't look like it's going to be below 4% by the end of the year. Oil prices are now rising above $80 a barrel. Those start to become additive to headline inflation. So, I don't think we're out of the woods inflation wise. I think this print is just very good for the bull case. Like the labor market conditions still need to contract significantly before we get any kind of price stability. And I mean, PCE is still elevated, core CPI is still elevated, so those aren't really changing a lot. That's simply the month over month, and I mean, well, the month over month led to the lower year over year, but those prints are specifically bullish in the near term. Is CPI drop because Vin Diesel said he's willing to do another 10 Fast and the Furious movies? Jesus Christ. How do you think Upstart earnings will go? Perhaps bad earnings will finally push them back down to sub 30. I mean, I still like the company. I don't want them to have bad earnings, but I think more than anything, the thing that's likely to push them back down is that the Fed's going to continue to raise rates and credit markets are going to continue to remain unstable. They've done really well in that environment though, right? That's why I bought them. So yeah, I kind of hope that they would continue to do well in that environment. How are you feeling about SCHW these days? Still going good long play. Thank you, sir. I mean, it's done well since I bought it. I don't know if buying it right before earnings is necessarily the best idea. I guess you could. Yeah, it's kind of getting to the upper range of where I would buy it. I think it's a little overpriced. I think there'll be other opportunities. There's still a lot of residual issues in the banking system. Had three calls, three puts, sold all my calls for two. Like, I'm about to take profit on the shares I bought. I had three calls and three puts, sold all my calls for 250% gain. I'm gonna hold my puts till Friday. I mean, watch your range on that, right? Like, you don't want to carry dead straddle legs if we start moving into a new trading range. Right now, we're still within the prior high. But if we move higher than that, you may want to reconsider hanging on to dead shit. Gork, I hedged and made money overnight. Nice, dude. I think the market acts surprised when the Fed continues to raise rates. I don't think the expectation for the Fed is for them to not continue to raise rates. I think the expectation for them to raise rates is still high. If they were to do an emergency rate cut, would that happen at the FOMC meeting or just announce one? Historically, they just announce them, and it's led to more than one market crash. Can we start calling calls reverse puts? That way I can buy them. Oh, okay. Do you want me to? Okay. You never had a problem buying calls in the past, Popcorn Trader. I've seen you buy way too many of them before. Are you gonna roll out your September Vega contracts? Probably not. I bought them when Ivy was really low, so I kind of don't want to. um, I've definitely got some time for Ivy to kind of normalize back in the like 16 to 19 range before I need to cut them. So yeah, I don't think so. I got most of them when VIX was like sub 13, and then some at like the mid 13 levels. So I'm probably not gonna get rid of those anytime soon. That was the profit taking and repositioning, wasn't it? Hold on, let me check. Okay. Zero DT interest still seems very centered around 44.75. There's a little bit of interest at 44.80, and then it kind of falls off pretty hard. The next strike with higher interest is 4,500, but most of this positioning to the upside is further dated. So give me a second to dig that up too. Okay, 721. All right, 4,500 interest is very high, but 75.50 profit taking on in the money calls for 721, especially the 44.50 level. All expirations, yeah, still a lot of interest at 4,500. A little bit coming in now at 45.25. So they're still repositioning. Oh, I don't know if it's call selling. Could be. Keep an eye on VIX. Mixed feelings about this, huh? What the fuck? Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to look at this. Dow up, NASDAQ 1.3. Okay, that looks kind of bullish. Hmm. Um, it still looks like more chop. Yeah, I think they're still repositioning here. Gork, I hedged my money overnight. Kaput's rock. I'm not omnidirectional. Yes, you are. Remember that island tops, massive intraday sell-offs, and gravestone candlesticks are now considered bullish in 2023. I mean, only if we go up higher here, right? We just created another gap up. Although we did fill the prior gap up. We've created yet another massive one. VIX up, SPX up. Is something about to happen? I mean, I think they're just repositioning right now. I think they're buying more calls, they're selling more puts, they're trying to drag their positioning up into the higher range. And they are a little bit. It's just the accumulation of it's kind of slow. If JPOW does a surprise rate cut, how low will the SPX drop? Well, everybody will run to bonds, so it's hard to say. When is Fubo going back under $1? Probably. I mean, probably and hopefully never. I think Fubo under $1 was a brief opportunity. Good idea to hedge with 0 DTE puts here. Um, maybe if there's going to be some capitulation, but I don't see why they would capitulate here, right? Like, there's no reason to take profits on the 4450s. Very little reason to take profit on 4475, right? So, I mean, I don't think we fill the downside gap unless someone's going to come in and try to push and save 4450 sold calls, but that seems kind of unlikely. Puts blown up, but calls worth more than the entire position. Up 50% on the day. That's why we hedge. Do you expect a test of the overnight gap for existing put side of straddle? Not right now, no. I would JPOW do a rate cut if the Fed feels that inflation is falling at a rate faster than their predictions. Then an emergency rate cut could be on the table. And today's move down in headline CPI was big. It was a big surprise. The probability of it was pretty low, like 10, 15% maybe. Which is one of the reasons we see longs kind of unprepared for the outcome. Puts blown up, but calls worth more than the entire position. More like rate cute. Ah. Last time I got Fubo at 4, I had to wait and average down forever to break even. And then what? You sold at the bottom? I mean, don't get Fubo at $4. They've still got a year and a half until they hit like their profitability goals, right? I wasn't getting full fill orders on Fubo when it was at $1.21. Under $1 would have been great. I got some synthetic longs when it went under $1, but that was it. I didn't get any shares. I got some more shares. Let's see. The last time I think was when it was at like just under $1.50. My cost basis on Fubo is still like $2.40. So I'm only just a little bit above that right now. Why would the Fed cut rates? Isn't core CPI still almost 5%? Yeah, yeah. Core's still high. I don't think they're going to, but it's fun to talk about. I mean, if they think we're gonna hit headline deflation, they might. And they'll just like they'll emergency cut like say like FFR back down to neutral, which is around 5, right? So an emergency like 2.5 cut, and then they can just maintain 5 to drag on core, right? But I think they still need to do more damage to the labor market. So my expectations for the Fed is for them to continue raising rates. So is everything really cheap again in the US? Oh, no, not at all. The prices of things relatively unchanged. So everything's still overbought, everything's still overvalued, economy's still fucked, mountain of debt still looming. Also, was this just on oil prices? Largely, yeah, with very low oil prices for the reported period, sub 70 for most of that time. Oil's climbing right now, and it becomes additive over $80 a barrel. Do you think holding 4,500 zero DTs that I'm already up 70% on is dumb? Or am I cool like a cucumber? Depending on how many you have, I mean, it's probably, given that there's zero DTEs, it's probably stupid to let the theta drive their value down. I don't think hoping for an early morning pump here is the right play. So you could consider like trimming some of that position, take some of those profits, and then if you want to leave some runners, you're doing it from a much better position. Is there any intention behind saying synthetic longs versus calls? It's a lot of extra syllables. I mean, a synthetic long is it's a synthetic long future, so it's sold put, long call. It changes the profitability curve of the position. It's not the same as just a call. Last year we peaked at month over month inflation at like 9. And last July was 0% month over month. Next CPI print will likely be the first increase in months, especially with oil rising. I mean, the Cleveland Fed had projected month over month today increasing. And it was the disparity between analyst predictions and the Fed's like inflation nowcast that led to bulls being unprepared for the upside here. So, I mean, kind of advantageous if you can nail the timing on an additional upside move, right? Because you get this nice extended pause while everyone tries to fucking reposition for completely unexpected data. What's your price target on DVN? I was thinking 65 personally, but it depends on macro. Here's the deal. If DVN gets back to 80, I'm selling everything. If it gets back to 65, I'll probably sell like September $50 calls and then see what happens. Or maybe Jan. Maybe I'll sell Jan $50 calls. No problem, DGen Hedgy, formerly known as Smooth Ape. If true, the theory of oil being shorted to taper inflation has successfully played out successfully. What's next to them? I think July 21's expire, and by August 10th, the market turns south. Okay. Uh, Here's where I'd be looking for the indication of that. Greater margin leverage through the SLD period. So if we get like a nice, robust SLD this month, that could be very telling for early August. I got 4450, 4460C, expiring 712. Debit spread opened yesterday. Do I hold this to close for the max profit or close now for $1 short of max? I mean, generally, if your entire spread is covered on a debit spread and you can close it, it's best to do that. Like you're not gonna make any more money on it, really. Uh, like and the $1 you're risking the entire profitability, the entire $10 spread. Also, that's a $10 spread. I mean, so you benefit from theta, but why risk it? And then yeah, max profit on that should be $10 if you held into expiration. Well, I guess minus your cost of entry, so fair enough. Unexpectedly large drop in inflation, combo of base effect and consumers getting tired. Yeah, could be. Discounting mechanisms coming into place. It's possible. We'll know more about that with inventories, right? If inventories are lagging or not contracting at the prior rate, that could be a sign um, of consumers starting to get a bit weary. But I think the reinflation of the asset bubble has kind of emboldened consumers, right? But it's probably gonna be a while before the effects of that are felt. Can you explain how to properly hedge 1,000 shares with a cost basis of say 17? I'm trying to understand the amount of theta and delta to get. What are you trying to? I assume you're trying to hedge downside. So protective puts, or you're trying to. What's your like goal with the position? You just want to carry a hedge on it? I mean, protective puts. Generally you would want to buy like zero point 0.7, zero point 0.8 delta puts with like 180 DTE. And then one of those for every like 125 shares roughly. And then you take profit when they're profitable, and then re-enter when you get back to like break even. Then you just keep rolling that position as it approached like 120 days to expiry, if there was no significant change. And that also depends on the volatility of the underlying. Is there a lot of fear of the price dropping significantly below your cost basis? Because if there's not, I mean, you don't want to carry like that robust of a hedge, right? Is there a deferral this OPEX? We're either looking at a big OPEX with lots of calls in the money across the board, or we're gonna dump before 721. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking calls. There's a lot of short puts that expire on 721 too. No, Gary Gensler's twin. Inflation is not down because of Prime Day. Although one could say that the sentiment around Prime Day might indicate that durables inflation is still not resolved in any significant way. Why don't you answer me yesterday with the same question? I don't know. Maybe I didn't see it. Have you considered that? Riot? I mean, I really don't know. I assume you know more about the company than I do. I'm not invested in them. Are you not taking positions in the WeBull account? I haven't yet. No. I'm still waiting. I did yesterday. Mm-hmm. Huh. Sorry, one sec. What are you waiting for? Repositioning. I'm not in a rush. What are you going to do with the meta spreads? Stopped out at market open. There could be some covering on Upstart sometime soon. No, I don't see any reason for there to be like significant covering. What are you trying to get out of it? Like a short squeeze? And there's been covering on Upstart for fucking 3 months. Well, 2 months. I'm in a rush. What should I buy, Pickle Man? I'm not buying anything right now. I'm waiting to get stopped out of my straddle calls, and then I'll make a decision after that. Have you heard of the Yield Max ETF for Tesla? The dividend for July is $1.06 per share. No? What does it do? Like, what's the prospectus? Fun fact, Canadian wildfires burned through a little over 9 million hectares of forest so far. It's approximately the size of Maine. It's also less than 3% of Canada's boreal forest. Can you guys just put them out so the air stops sucking? It's time to roll out my SPY 436. P for July 28th. They're down 50% right now. It's okay if I miss this one. I was hedged. Nice. And already covered it. Where would you roll to? And get enough theta to wait this shit out at a minimum. Which I'm kind of working on today, intermittently. But yeah, I'm also rolling out positions for the short side. Probably looking at like August and September for my longer put positions. And further out of the money, and then near the money shit, I'll probably just I don't have a lot, but I'll roll up what I have. Can you let us know when you stop out of straddle calls? I'll buy a call and make sure it crashes for you. Sure, thanks, man. People have delayed this for too long. The forests need a strong burn to promote new growth. Some trees in Canada only reproduce when there's a forest fire. That's true a lot of places. But yeah, people try to prevent them and it makes them worse when they do happen. Once you get stopped out of those calls, what repositioning are you considering? I'm not sure yet. I'll I'll let you know when the time comes. Right now everything's just really blown out. If we slow grind up to 4,500, I think I'm prepared for that. I mean, as long as it doesn't pull back too much. If it pulls back hard, I'll get stopped out of my calls and then I'll fucking do something. But right now, I'm not really in a rush to do anything. Trying to front run you. I see that. I'm starting already short squeezed to some degree. If the shorts were all still there, it would have gone on reg show at some point. No, if the shorts start shorting it again, then it would go on reg show. Right. Not if they were simply just still there, but if they start hitting the lending pool again and borrowing shares, that's what would drive it back onto reg show. Which the last few times it went back on reg show was super fucking bearish. Are 430s too low of a target for August, September? I mean, that's still where delta neutral is as of yesterday. I don't know if it's moved up a ton today. Maybe like 43.30 or something like that. But I mean, we won't know till tonight. Will Canadian forest fires affect lumber prices? They could, yeah, depending on where they're located. Thanks for your help with these overnight straddles. Even with some terrible entries over the last few weeks, I've slowly been rebuilding a port down nearly 15% this year. Nice, man. Yeah, the market's volatile reactions to every bit of data and then the zero DTE pumping mean that there's like a lot of realized price volatility, which makes straddles really advantageous. They have been. I mean, I've been using them almost every night since October. They're good. The yields on them are solid. Even when they don't go well, they still return something, right? Why are yields getting hammered so bad today? Yeah, that's kind of interesting me. Fear of a rate cut? I could only assume. or fear of a downturn in corporate profits due to inflation falling off. There's definitely some fear there though, and it's across the board. Um, it's very concentrated between like 2 and 10 years. Dollar's also down hard. 90 BPS so far today. If price pulls back 50% while in an ascending triangle, but doesn't touch the lower trend line, is that still considered a 3 in the waves formation? I don't do fucking Elliott waves. Gross. IV crushing out. Some calls are worth less than at open. Yeah. I mean, mine are at 44.25 from yesterday, so I'm kind of beyond caring about IV at that point. Pumpety, good morning, gang. What's up, Dangerous Dan? Hey, Greg, I know you're a big fan of Arizona. So I'm here, and my daughter comes to me and says something is in her sink. It was a scorpion. I squished it and got sprayed by scorpion guts. Yep, that's why. That's just another reason to never go there. I forget who. Maybe you called out Zom 110s yesterday? Yeah, I did. No problem, man. When Nvidia below 260? 260. You're really shooting for the moon there. Nvidia's probably gonna hit 240 today. Maybe 250 over the next couple days. It's getting quite the pump. This is largely short calls getting pulled back between 430 and 445. I don't think the 450s don't look like they're being pulled back yet, but it's kind of hard to tell because some people are going long at 450. Yeah, I'm not really too sure about 450, but 430 through 445 look like short calls are closing, so it'll pump until they sell them again. So would a rate hike actually prove to be more bullish if the concern of a cut is what's worrying market participants today? I think it would just be more neutral at that point, right? What are you waiting for again? I have calls. I have like 35, 44, 25 calls. I have no reason to close them yet because it hasn't pulled back. If it does pull back, then I'll take profits. But like, what am I gonna do? Buy into like the fucking grind up and repositioning, and then have it snap back to mean? So it's I mean it's super risky to pick up more calls here because we're going up but very slowly, right? So I don't really want exposure to that beyond what I already have. Um, yeah, so I still think there's some risk in entering a call position right now. No, he said Nvidia 250. God damn it. No, he said it. He said, when is Nvidia going to 260? Oh, whatever. No problem, Tom Tom. People need to stop rushing in to buy shit at market open. I know you all want to, but resist that urge. It's it's really not good. Never? All right. 240, 250 by the end of the week, but you meant 440, 450. I didn't get a lot of sleep. Also, he said NVIDIA 260, so that's probably why. Anyway, failure incoming, possibly. Fear of missing out is hard to conquer. Yeah, you should just never have it, right? I've found that having no FOMO whatsoever is the actually the best strategy. Never FOMO into anything and be immediately suspicious of anything people want to FOMO into. No FOMO, bro. I have some meta 300 puts expiring on Friday. I think I should hold. Mm, seems shitty. Hold or just maybe just re-enter when it looks better, right? And also next time get stopped out when you hit risk. And don't tell me you didn't hit risk on puts expiring the day after tomorrow that are now $6 out of the money. Any major implications of inflation cooling, but unemployment also down? Sounds counterintuitive, but I think that's my lack of knowledge. I mean, it is kind of counterintuitive. I don't think there's any major implications of it yet because I expect unemployment will pick up in the future, right? Like, and unemployment, I mean, it depends on what range you look at, right? Over the last 3 months, unemployment is up quite a lot. Over the last report, it was down slightly, but that's also just the nature of that report since it's a survey. I think like new unemployment filings have been relatively flat on their 4-week average. It's not FOMO if the yield curves are diverging. I bought them this morning almost at the top, but now I'm having second thoughts. Okay, so define your risk. Figure out where you're going to cut them and reposition. Don't just bag them while they get slaughtered though, right? Stay on your toes. My broker was integrating CBOE yesterday. Why trading was down. I cannot place orders by phone, so my put died. Yeah, you mentioned it. Um, I mean, did your broker give you any kind of warning about that? Because if they didn't, I would say that's on them, and you should complain. Don't. This is kind of. I feel like this advice should be obvious, but don't ever take losses because of your broker. Like, they'll try to get you to hold the bags on that, but if it's their fucking fault, they need to give you your money back. Is 4,500 going to be a hard ceiling to bounce off of? It'll be resistance. Yeah. What if my broker says, come on, Joe, just bag it and take the L? Well, Joe Rowe, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with your broker, but generally speaking, your fiduciary should not be asking you to take losses in their stead. So bad data equals bullish and good data equals super bullish. Yeah, I think you're getting it. Hi, I'd like to talk to you about all of my trades in 2022. I just exited my first SPX call ever, 2 DTE 4505, bought yesterday for a profit of 754%. Is it this easy to trade CPI numbers? Yes and no. This one obviously was a big surprise, so the move was greater. Sometimes, it falls right within expectations and it's a little bit more constrained. But yeah, I mean, there's usually profits to be made on any really important macroeconomic data points. I have uncles who's a Kansas farmer. Insurance agent said his wheat crop, total loss, tons of rain. Corn crop is doing great. I'm not doing anything. Didn't know if you have positions. Hmm. No, not really. I haven't been super interested in wheat because the reserves and yields seem quite stable for now. Not that that can't change quickly, but yeah. Do you have any longer dated SPX puts at the moment? Yeah, I have some out in like September, end of July, few August. And most of them are hedged, like fully hedged. The Septembers are fully hedged, so the August, end of July is kind of split, but hedged with straddles. So I think relatively those are fine. Some of them are hedged off completely. So those are just you just kind of carry, see if they're worth more at some point. So there's no buyers at this level during the previous test. Are we assuming that today's print has emboldened participants enough where there will now be buyers to push higher? We're gonna find out. It definitely brings bulls in, right? It brings support to these levels. Um, that doesn't mean it'll bring support to higher levels, but that would be the expectation. Should we be effectively trading this as a bull market? It's far more volatile than a bull market still. Bull markets are pretty easy to trade. You just buy calls and wait for it to go up, right? Um, that's been true for like the last 3 months to a degree, but you'd still need to buy a lot of theta. And the crushing IV, which has been a serious problem, makes that kind of hard to do because it becomes difficult to hold those calls for extended periods of time without them hitting their risk. So yeah, I mean, like it's still not behaving as a bull market. It's behaving more like a bear rally, and so it's a little more difficult to trade. And the pullbacks are, I mean, they're kind of sharp when they happen, right? So, um, yeah, it's a little trickier than that. Also, performance isn't really very broad, right? It's super like front loaded into tech, which is part of what makes it really unstable. Tesla 275, 285, FB spread. Thought? Huh. Little bounce today. Um, let me see something. Tesla longer term delta still kind of falling off a bit, but some of the puts are giving up on the chop. Gamma max is still around like 295. Gamma neutral fell off pretty hard yesterday, and delta neutral moved up. So maybe a little bit of repositioning going on there for like another upside move of like 280, 281, which doesn't seem that far off now. Maybe a retest of 281, then confirm if it's going to move up higher, depending on whether GM contracts or not. But I would say right now, a test of 281's got a pretty good chance. Hold on. So I'm gonna break down or trade flat. Private close. 750. Huh. How the fuck are these still profitable? 1 second. Closing some. I gotta close some. 721, 280. 280s. Sell to close. Sell to close, buy to close. Okay. Huh. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Interesting. What the fuck is going on with silver? It's ripping super hard because the dollar's dropping. So's gold. It's an awful lot of flight to safety today. What do you think, Dork? Are you adding any far dated puts here in case it's topping out? Jump into close. I have plenty of puts. Plenty. I think this is all bearish. I'm so fucking bearish. Mm. But I'm not holding any puts right now. I feel so conflicted. It's very conflicting. I mean, I'm happy because maybe it means we don't go to like 46.70 next week. But at the same time, this isn't exactly fun. All right. I'm gonna wait for that to pull back. Yeah, fuck. All right. Can't do shit. Still early, Gurk. Pumpies will come. Yeah, I know. I have no doubt in their desire to clear 4,500. I just hope they don't do it super fucking slow. I'd much prefer we get a moderate pullback, maybe back to like sub 44.75 on some call capitulation and repositioning, and then I'll enter long. But right now, this is bullshit. 43k volume on 4,500 C today so far. A lot of people picking up someone's bags. Hmm. It's terrifying how bad of a trader Coors is, and he just grifts to a bunch of unsuspecting kids. Sad as fuck. He's really, I mean, he started trading like the day GME ran. So, although I will say I don't think he's gotten better at it. Are you still day trade locked on your small account? PDT? Yeah. That's one of the reasons I haven't entered anything on it yet today. Because if I enter something, I have to hold it into close. Actually, no. I think I get one day trade back tomorrow. So basically, I'm not gonna enter anything on this unless I'm highly certain that it's gonna go my way. Do you think we get a pullback to 44.75 before we test 4,500? We might not. But I already have calls, so I don't really care. So goal numero uno for the tiny account is to get it beyond PDT. Oh yeah, absolutely. PDT is fucking bullshit. You get a PDT get out of jail free card. Yeah, but where's the challenge in violating that all the time? If I'm going to use my PDT get out of jail free card, I'm going to use it on something worthwhile. I mean, like this account really has very little positioning right now. It's got a Netflix debit spread for July 21, and I think that's about it. Can you not just trade unsettled cash instead, or are you only wanting to do spreads? I could trade unsettled cash, but I want to do spreads, so I don't want to move to a cash account. I've wasted a PDT warning on a $10 gain. What's your favorite spread for snacks? Jam, cream, cheese, all of those. Well, not cream cheese. Cheese. Cheese spreads. There's some nice cheddar spreads, maybe. I don't really put I think the only thing I put cream cheese on is bagels. PDT sucks. Also, 214 likes on volume of a bazillion chats. Like the stream, peeps. If you guys could, I appreciate it. My straddle was August 18. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of theta. Can you teach us to trade cheddar spreads? No. You have to learn that one on your own. Is this thing about to fail? It might pull back a little. I don't think it's going to fail. Holy cow, that's a lot of theta. Why, dude? Because it's a learning process, NW, right? You buy too little theta, you get burned. Then you buy too much theta, you get burned. I mean, getting the right amount of theta for what you need is a very long lesson. That thing be thangin'. Nice. Passionate dick tickle. Oh, PDT. I don't want to hold calls into close today, only to sell at break even before they 5x. Let me know when you risk that PDT on WeBull. Thanks. I mean, I have no intention of risking the PDT on WeBull, so if I buy something today, I'm buying it probably to hold into close, which is why I haven't bought anything yet. And then on my other account, all I have to do is just keep moving my stop up, right? I don't really need to do anything else. Do you have OCD? I don't think so. I've read Goldilocks. I know this story. How big is the role of BTFP in all of this? The discount window has been closing, so I mean, it played an extremely significant role in the early stages of this. I would say all the way up until mid June. But a lot of the BTFP borrowing is collapsed now, so less of a role than it had played. But we've also seen the effects of that, right? With the upside pumps getting less and less extreme, and liquidity kind of drying up broadly everywhere. How do you get burned on too much theta? Move is too small. You get a smaller move that would have been very well captured by a small amount of theta, and it gets horribly captured by tons of theta. But yeah, you can absolutely get burned on getting too much theta, especially on things like straddles, where the more theta you get, the more range you need the stock to move to hit profitability. Greg, I had a regular latte this morning, and I forgot how lactose intolerant I am. So I've been making chocolate thunder and lightning. Nice. Well, at least you're doing something with your day, you know. Sounds exciting. Is it better to roll contracts closer to the money and or out in high or low volatility environments? I mean, if IV is dropping, it's probably better to move them closer to the money. If IV is rising, you could roll them further out, but I mean, that's really dependent on a lot of other factors as well. How are the Greeks on Nvidia in the daily DD? No, I don't have COPD. Did you have a nice espresso today? I do have one, actually. Thank you for asking. I'm glad last night it stopped me from blowing up my account. I wish I would have hedged more, though. Fair. Chances we get 10, 13, 22, but reverse today? Are you just saying nonsense numbers? Do you mind taking a look at Carvana? Sure. I think it's still under Gamma Max, right? Oh, nope, just above Gamma Max. Do I have the... Yep, that's up to date. Dealer Delta picked up a little bit yesterday. Gamma's kind of topping out. Sold puts are declining, it looks like. So it's getting near a top, but I mean, hard to say where that top's gonna be. It's either found solid. I mean, it's about $5 above Gamma Max right now, so it's really blown out the options chain. 4260 kind of seems out of reach. But I'd probably want to get some confirmation that IV's crushing and more sold calls are coming in. Which it doesn't look like that's happening just yet. I'm doing small hit and runs of about 10 to 50% on SPY daily, and it really adds up fast. Yeah, no greed, just profit. Thanks for helping build the confidence. No problem, man. Hey, Greg, I haven't been able to tune in for a couple weeks, so apologies if you talked about this. Do you think potential UPS strike could impact the stock price? I was thinking about puts. Um, yes. That's been ongoing for quite a while, though. This isn't like new news. So and you know there's already like a strike in progress. Yeah, it absolutely would affect their stock price. It would affect not only their stock price, but probably have pretty big consequences for the rest of e-commerce as well. Hey, Greek, what do you think Hal will top out at prior to earnings now that it's over 38? Yeah, it just keeps going up. I hope it never stops. 38's a kind of a historic resistance. So maybe if it keeps breaking up, I'd probably look to 40 or 44. Those are the next big ones. Like low 40s, 40 to the low 40s. Its recovery, especially over the last few days, has been nuts with oil prices rising. I think it's up like what, almost 20% now in like 5 days. I'm not selling covered calls on it yet, but if it gets to like 42, I might consider it. I think if it goes above 50 again over the next month, I'm probably gonna sell it, and then wait to reposition later on. Wait a second, they're making puts cheaper. Bear noises. Well, this looks like we're getting a little bit of our pullback. We'll see how far it goes. I would like to see either 44.79 or 44.72.60. Also, snap to the moon. Okay. Do I still own some of that? No. No, no, I don't. Well, I learned more about trading. I've gone back to just doing simple options trades a la wheeling, but I missed the rush of making thousands on options on SPX futures and then losing it all the same day. Here's the trick, Skirk, and the only thing you really need to figure out: don't lose the money you make. I know, I know that sounds crazy, but in practice, you could do that. You could choose not to lose the money that you make. But that might mean that you make a little less money overall, but up is up. Why is it that the Bulls have the green light to go higher, and it's so agonizingly slow? I literally wrote like 3 paragraphs of information on this last night, man. I was pretty clear that Bulls had pulled back a significant amount of their upside positioning into yesterday's close. They have to reposition all of that. They were more bullishly positioned at the beginning of yesterday than at the end of yesterday. Yeah, no problem. 4480 0 DTE put here. I mean, you could. I don't really tight stop. This is risky trying to play the drop because the range is very hard to determine. It could either drop $3 or it could drop 10. Or it may just be done dropping, which is probably something to think about. Does the NASDAQ special rebalance mean that the big seven stocks won't ever go down much? Actually, it probably means that they will go down a bit. And I think we've seen the drag on like the Mag 7 over the last few days. Today's their first day of decent performance all week. No, that's bullshit. They only ask for reasonable things like air conditioning for delivery vans and such. Although if the company can't afford quality of life improvements, that's bearish. I mean, if the workers strike, that's bearish, right? Anything interesting happened today? Was CPI as expected? No. CPI is massive surprise. Very, very low probability surprise. They got my call, Gherk. They got mine too. Don't feel bad. Maybe a dumb question, but is a stop loss hit on the bid, ask, or last? Hits on whatever the mid is at the time it fills, which could be the bid. You would use a stop limit to reduce the risk on that. Do I smell short repositioning? Well, I mean, shorts have to reposition, right? Too late. Already got a 0 DT 4450p. Wow. I think someone in here works for UPS too. One of the viewers. Has anyone checked on the hyperinflation gold bugs? They're pumping gold today. I'll dig into the DD later. Oh, and I bought puts yesterday at close on GME. Okay. GME is not really enjoying the chop here very much. It sounds like up this week, pullback for SLD, up for OPEX, then possibly correction. I don't see why up for OPEX. Well, okay. If SLD pulls back hard, maybe up for OPEX. Like after T plus 2. OPEX is super call heavy right now. That can change through the SLD period, but I would say right now it looks, especially with the last 2 months of SLD being basically nothing. I would say that OPEX is probably where we see the biggest drop off in charm and have the best chance of any kind of like 100 plus basis point correction. Oh, sure, I repositioned. Is this the way? Yep. The open interest on SPX 4500 0 DTE calls hasn't changed since this morning. Why? They don't update open interest intraday. But you can look at the volume, which is insane. Do you think JPOW is going to have a surprise for markets at the Jackson Hole meeting? Possibly. Man, volume is super wonky. Okay, a little bit better at 4,500, but not markedly. Not a lot of confidence on the 0 DT here for the upside. Support at 4480 and 4475. So that would slip lower, but so I'm thinking the idea of a big market correction is about dead in the near term. I've always been of the mind that until the Mag 7 comes clean on their future outlook, dishonesty. What? Why do I don't care about your analysis? I don't know why you feel the need to share it with me. This morning's data is so bullish, it has me doubting my bear case. Do you you don't really understand how inflation works, do you? Okay, so if Mag 7's earnings are, and consumer confidence earnings, so durables and essential goods and things like that are being bloated by inflation, and then inflation falls off, what do you think happens? the deflationary cycle of in economics is far more bearish than the inflationary cycle. You like you understand that, right? I mean, you're not wrong on some things. I'll give you that. You know, a big correction does get pushed out by this, but I don't think it changes the Fed's stance. Core is still high, right? And it's just a 1 month surprise. That doesn't mean it can't revert in the following month. Oil prices are rising, which is like 90% of the decline in headline inflation. So, like, I get it, but like a point two surprise print isn't, you know, the end all be all of the issues here. That's just like, you know, the effect of a volatile data set being realized. But I don't think it really changes anything over like a longer time period. CPI for the year is still up. I think the annualized like 6.2 annualized. I haven't done the math on it after today, but yeah, I know it's going up just slower. How does Jackson Hole work again? If JPOW pops it up in it before August 20, the recession will be early. What? Uh, Jackson Hole's usually in September, the like economic symposium. Why am I watching SPX on the 1 second candles? I have no idea, man. Is this the pullback? Yeah, I said that like fucking 20 minutes ago. Although it may be about done. Oh, fuck off. Um, let's see. 1, 2. No day trade, right? What's the best position to take here? Hold on 1 second. Worked at FedEx in 1997 when UPS went on a 15-day strike. It was a huge windfall for FedEx, and losses tallied near 700 million for UPS. Changed the competitive landscape forever. I mean, I think we discussed this before. There's probably a play there going like long FedEx, short UPS. I'm gonna buy a far out of the money 0DT SPX put every day until I become a billionaire. All right, just gonna play the tail risk game. We only get black swan corrections now. In reality, these are quite foreseeable events. It's just a matter of timing, like banks and RE, commercial real estate. But market refuses to anticipatorily correct. Well, because it's looking past the correction. I mean, really though, like it's funny, but it is. Can you show the SPX ticker on WeBull versus? Oh, sorry. There. Hmm. Fucking, that's interesting. Hmm. No. Hmm. Fuck, I don't want to buy a call here. Any change in the 44.75 strike? Not significant, no. Yeah, yields are still dropping. The 5-year is down 338 points today. Dollars almost down 100 BPS. How many of these fucking calls are sold? What's up with ICANN and IEP? I absolutely don't care about it at all. I can't make that clear enough. I have no interest in it or buying it or what it's doing. Zero. Does the new data that came out change the long-term outlook? No, but it changes the short-term one. It infers a continuation of the deflationary trend, possibly a stronger continuation, although that would obviously need to be supported by more CPI data. Define short term, 30 to 45 days. Are we going to see SPX 4500 today? Hmm. Um, I'm not sure yet. If I felt better about it, I'd be buying a call. There's a lot of... Here's the thing. There's a lot of profit taking on in the money strikes. And that's not bullish. Like 44, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. All way the fuck down. 75's still strong. And 80 is still pretty strong, but like 0 DTE 4500's not, it's not like rocketing up. Like there's a lot of volume on the strike, but IV on it's dropping, which makes me think people are selling calls there. Yeah, this is interesting. Gold is up, yields are rocketing. It just, yeah, it feels really risky to take a position to the upside here right now. If I saw more calls coming in up, I'd feel better about it. But like on this drop, even we've seen call capitulation. So I think like here we move back up towards like 44.85 maybe, but with like very little momentum again. Fuck. Just shaking the bag holders out of their calls. And probably just shaking everyone who bought right at fucking market open for 4,500, right? Which was a terrible idea. Trying to pin it between 44.75 and 4,500 unless more profit taking on closer strikes. Yeah, if I start to see 44.75 reduce, that would be bearish. I mean, we're not seeing out of the money positions collapse, right? Only in the money profit taking. And support at 44.75 is strong, very, very strong. So I think more just like bleed, and then it's getting towards noon and volume's drying up. Let's see. Futures rejected off the high test, 45.25. They're kind of recovering a bit here. A little bit of volume. Still kind of choppy. So I go like 44.85. I'm gonna regret this. Typical. 44.85.90. No, I want to wider spread than that. 85, 95, 15, 85, 4,500. Okay. 7. Wait. I'll wait and see if this pulls back a little. So pull back 44.82, then enter. Do I really need to go at the money here? I don't think I do. Remember, I can't close these, right? So it's my entry is very particular. Every bearish data point, market pumps hard. One bullish data point, market chillin'. Market's up 100 BPS. It's far from chillin'. Okay, I don't think I need to take the risk there. I could just do this. No, not yet. All the algos are called in a meeting due to unexpected CPI results. They're just strategizing on how they're going to pump today. I mean, I think part of it's waiting till calls are cheaper. Morning, ending. That dude doesn't straddle clearly. I mean, I'm gonna be upfront with you, NW. Most people in here are not straddling every night. It's expensive and it's not fun. Looks chill to me, Gork, because I removed open from my chart. SCX bull flag on the 15-minute. We're definitely ripping past 4,500 today. The question is when and how low do we go before we do it? Ooh. Okay. So I just go, yeah, I just do that. $3 limit, 2, 1, 2. Just gonna sell fucking condos. There's opportunities for directionals, but yeah, mindless buying of them and hoping they print is not a great strategy right now. How cheap would T have to go before you bought more? Uh, I have another target. Hold on. I forget what it is though. Like 1450 or 14. Between 1450 and 14, I'd probably consider getting some more. We got earnings coming up in a couple weeks. I could get an in the money debit spread. That's fucking terrible. Credit. Well, in the money, out of the money put. Anybody in the money call here? 44.70. 44.70. Yeah, I know. Bank earnings are on Friday. $70.90. $70.90 for 11. Gives me $70.95 for 11.60. Ooh. Oh. Still just some more chop here. Is it reasonable to believe Fubo could test 3 soon? Yeah. But historically, moves over like 265 have led to a retest of 3. I think there's definitely enough call interest. Fubo continues to look like it's realizing liquidity, but a bit slower than yesterday. I mean, it's up 10%. I don't see why it couldn't. I think if it starts breaking above 3, it's gonna start to pressure shorts too. Maybe not as much as August, but a bit. Is it still a straddle if I buy 2-1? I mean, yes, but it's offset. If they're if they're the same strike, I mean, it is. It's just that you've put a bearish bias on it, or a bullish bias. If you had an account you couldn't sell to open options in, only by puts and calls to go either way, would you play straddles on it? Since spreads would be impossible. Yeah, probably. I had 2 calls per put on my Fubus and synth longs for 2025. I can currently close 1 call and a put and leave the rest as free calls. Is it too early to close those? Possibly a bit, yeah. But that is something you should be doing, is getting rid of those short puts, especially if they're long dated. That's kind of the dream there, right? Is you get rid of the short puts and then you get free calls. So you're living it. Make sure you don't miss the opportunity. How does positioning look today? Any changes from this morning? Not a lot. A lot of in the money calls have sold off. Um, we should have an opportunity here to see some upside momentum, but we're not really getting any. Like not a lot of interest is coming in to support it. Did Tesla slip again? Huh. Okay. I don't know if I can need to do anything there. Pullback, no. Pullback not done. Not yet. Pullback to 44.75? That would be a lot of weakness. Yeah, no call interest yet. I'm under no illusions that they can buy obscene amounts of calls very quickly. Fubo synth longs. Is this the pullback you've been waiting on? I mean, this whole thing has been the pullback that I've been waiting on, but it's the realization of it's really fucking slow. Volume's very dry. Well, I should say long short volume at the money is very dry. Out of the money volume and volume on later strikes is quite high. So there's a lot of repositioning going on. We should be seeing more upside, but there doesn't appear to be any options interest to support it, combined with yields and gold. Yeah. Dollar down over 100 BPS now. Based on the SPX options chain, are the bears still hibernating? Dead? No. Hmm. They're repositioning. put volume's increasing. First call volume. 4405. Call volume's up. So looking at 75 to 72 here. This doesn't seem bullish. It's not bearish. Not unless we start to see like 75 collapse, which is not happening right now. So there's plenty of support. It's not a question of is this gonna I don't think we're in a position where there's a question of is this gonna tank? It's more a question of when do they start pumping? I'm definitely not saying that, turd. If we get a pre-SLD pump, is that a time to consider Jan 24 SPX puts? Or is it too early? If we get a pre-SLD pump? Jan 24 SPX puts. What range? That's a lot of theta, so I'm curious what you're targeting with it. Bank of Canada hiked rate 0.25 to 5%. Is there a world where SPX doesn't test break 4,500? With all the positioning there, it seems unlikely that it wouldn't. 4,500 end of day? Likely. Right now, it's still very likely. Doesn't this feel like they ran things up last night thinking it would crash today? Then they got caught with their pants. That's literally what I said. Does nobody read? Why am I writing you guys DD if you're not reading it? I think we also go to 4,500, but we take all day. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Although, I'm really liking this entry opportunity. I'm feeling a lot better about it. I'd really love it at 44.72. Ooh, it's doing the thing. So close. Maybe a little more. Ooh, very nice momentum. Hold on. Bears? I'm glad I waited. Angry Bears. Yeah. 44.75 is really strong. So, I mean, there's fucking 98 million gamma at 44.75. What if bull trap? I'm still trying to figure out what's driving this besides futures. I mean, that's on the 0 DT. There's more on the longer dated. Longer dated's about double that. Most of the 44.75 positioning going into the today was for this Friday and next Friday. Are we gonna bounce on the orange line? Yeah, we could. Ooh. $44, 70, 95. I could go 30. 70, 4,500. It's almost not worth it. Turn that up. 75, 4,500. Huh. Tested the... Okay. So, futures gap filled. I want to get a little more speculative position. Narrower width. 10 spread, 40, 80, 90. Two of those. 90. 84. Okay. All right. Just made 30% off puts in 5 minutes on a dip. Is this what Warren Buffett feels every day? I think he makes $1 billion this week if the Activision FTC thing goes through. Should I hedge this at all? Not fucking here, right? No. No reason to hedge. Ooh. 10%. 75, 380. It's my original cost. Okay. This is WeBull. Yeah, IBKR is like the fucking using Windows 95. Bought Fubo at 4 last time. Thinking I should get in soon when it hits 4 again. Did you just not average down? Oh, wait, you did. We already went over this earlier. How's the flow looking now? I think we're seeing a little bit of capitulation on the puts that were put in place for a pullback. Call interest is picking up at 40, 85, 90. And also a little bit, yeah, a little bit at 80, 85, 90, and 5,000 to scale too. So increased volume at each out of the money strike. Another one of these? That's over allocating. I can't do that. I guess I can do one. I can do 1, 5. Wait, can I? I can do 75. Can't sell an 80. Fuck. Can't do 80, 85. Oh, I could do 80, 85. Buy 80, 85. It's right there, and then I sell one. So sold. But did I sell in the 80s? No. I'm not short 80. Okay. Okay. I'll drag that up. So you're gonna have trouble pushing back above 44.75? No, absolutely not. There's a shitload of interest at 44.75. You're making it too complicated. YOLO into SPX 4500 0 DTEs. I can't do that on this account. Because I can't fucking close them. 4,500 seems dead now. I'm not targeting it. But I don't think so. Have you looked at the 721 expiration? There's 35,000 calls there. For and the, although I will agree today there's only 4,500 calls so far. 4,500 is sold as fuck. You think they're selling the 721s? I could see that. You sure they don't just try to squeeze them out again, though? Use that drop to leg into the long part of a 23 DTE straddle. Is that too much theta? It kind of sounds like a lot. Here's the problem with getting a lot of theta on straddles, right? Because of your upfront theta cost, you reduce the profitability. Nope, that's... I'll show you. So, like, if you straddle for tomorrow, right? For instance, you only need like a 4 BPS. Well, here, let me do it at the money right now. You need a like 1 to 2 BPS move by like let's go here. Let's see. By market open, you'll need... How do I change the fucking time scale? I can't. By market open, you need a 3 BPS move. Right? In one direction or the other. And ideally more. If you go out to the 31st, for the same straddle, you need a much larger move, right? So like over the next few days, you would need over 1%. I think 4,500 is a meme. Maybe. You said 14 to 17. No, that's only for the weekends. And it's like 14. Overnight, it's 5 to 7. If you don't want to violate the PDT rule and you buy a 0 DTE, don't manually close it. Does the contract still count as a day trade? You can sell the opposing contract to close it, technically. So you can like sell a debit spread to close the 0 DTE. But if it expires, it doesn't count as a day trade because they cash settle. Yeah, I'm out of my overnight straddle. Not the put position, but I'm out of the... Although maybe I should close the puts now. Although maybe not. I don't know. I got till the 21st on the puts. So we'll see. I might hold them a bit longer. I'm out of the calls though. I got stopped out of them this morning. Upstart was above Gamma Max. If you buy it and let it expire, it's not a day trade, and it's the only way into hashtag toe ring, boys. I love that this is a thing now. Over leveraging into positions that you can't close. It's beautiful. Can you help the second half with the second half of the question? Oh, sorry, did I miss the second half? Oh, if one bought a 44.75 zero DTC, ended a price SPX closed at 44.83, would one receive the difference? Yeah, spot to strike. So at cash settlement, you get the difference between spot and strike. Holy fuck, VIX is going crazy. Do I start hedging my downside? I hate everything about doing that. Nah, we're filling the gap. That's a huge fucking gap, man. Is this a market poop? I don't. I'll say this: they're buying fewer 4,500 calls. Like ES sellers trapped at 4,500. Maybe there's a lot of volume here. Yeah, volume on ES in this range is crazy. And increasing. I know it's a big gap, but things got pretty dang bearish in the last 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't think losing 44.75 was part of the plan. I like my entry if I'm right on the long side, but I don't like it if this fails. Fuck me. I don't want to hedge. It feels too early. What do you think, Dork? Tentative hedge? 44. Fuck me. 44.50, 35? How much is that? Worthless. Remember the inquiry from yesterday? When was the last time you saw a green open from CPI print, then dump after the morning pump? I mean, that usually happens anytime we gap up overnight. The question here is, do we find stability or does it fail, right? Which is kind of always the question at the bottom of like any kind of capitulation. If we find stability here, we can fucking pump right back to 4,500 in the next few hours. Like if call buyers are just waiting for this opportunity to fucking load up, they weren't loading up earlier, right? This isn't like uncommon. The moves are big, but I mean the price action's not anything anybody shouldn't be used to. If we find stability, the bulls will stampede back in. VIX doesn't look super bearish yet. The spike in VIX was interesting. Someone got real fucking bearish for a second there. Like, I get the gap. Like, I mean, I was only targeting the gap fill on futures, which was like 43.72. So $5 under's a bit of a surprise still. Eight-month average CPI was gap up 0.89, followed by drop up to 11 BPS. Then closing day up 1.12 for whoever asked about the dip just now. Thank you, C-Mill. Although I wish you'd gone further back a little. So we had some more of the bearish CPI print weighted in there. They're going to get those 44.75s. They'll probably try. Bullish pattern detected on GME. Where? $44.55.60. I don't like the narrow spread for the hedge. It's got to be wider. 50.60 or 55.65? Put exhaustion's probably right in this range. A little lower, maybe. Back to being busy. All good, man. This isn't a bear flag, it's a descending wedge. What's VIX doing? I mean, I think mostly seeing future sellers dump bags at 4,500. I guess they didn't like getting gapped over. We're still trading in the gap right now. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll prep an order for 50, 60, 60, 50. 60, 50. And then put 75 limit. No, $3 limit on it. 3 contracts. Okay. No, actually, I only need 2. Bostic on it 1. Okay. Imagine if CPI was hot, we'd be up 150 BPS. I think if CPI was hot, we still would have tested 44.75 before coming down. VIX is progressively getting weirder. Here's some tinfoil. CPI print was an error. Revised CPI comes out after everything tanks. You mean pumps? Captain Obvious here. NVIDIA all-time high. Yeah. How is Upstart today? I don't think it's doing that well. Down about 1.5%. Looks like my $45 spreads are safe-ish. I hope. Okay. What's my total capital expenditure here? 5. Nine, so I can buy one more of these. Then set up the hedge. So 44, 60, 50. Nope. Sell 50, buy 60. Okay, that's right. That's set up 3, 2. Okay. Yields. I know, they're fucking like crashing. The 5-year is almost down 400 BPS. All right, I'll pick up. I'll pick up one hedge here. Yeah, then if this breakout fails, I'll get another. This is because people are buying the bonds? Yes. Yeah, stream cards are not indicative of market performance, bipolar bear. Also, we're still up 66 BPS. You're an insufferable person. No wonder they put you on the carts at Walmart. Thanks, Dork. I appreciate you timing them out. Do I need to add the disclaimer to the stream cards? No. He needs to take a minute to calm down, clearly. I don't know what he's upset about. I know he's playing Jimmy, but I don't know what his positions are on it. I think I'm gonna start trading oil. Really? I don't think you should ever touch an oil contract. Ever, ever. You're gonna ruin your child's future enjoyment of life if you do that. I hate to be that guy, but you have one too many pumps in the stream title. Pumpety pump pump pump. Pumpety pump pump. I don't know. I didn't make the fucking stream card. Everyone I love is either banned or timed out. I mean, do you want me to add you to the list? I can do that. It's really not a problem. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I go to a meeting and then this happens. Yeah, don't well, you should know about meetings and the effect they have on the market. All of those people can create new accounts and come back. I mean, I'm not going to promise I'm not going to ban them again. I might. But it's a fucking Discord, right? That means jars of coconut oil for avocado at the farmer's market. Hmm. Way to throw the Louvre under the bus. Market is check with the creatives on the stream title. Checking? Oh, I see. Choo Choo 2 Electric Pumpaloo. My cost basis for Fuberto is $1.08. Nice. Time to sell? Oh, that's up to you, man. I mean, I'm not selling my Fubo till probably like 2025 unless they really fuck up the next few earnings calls. Are the Pumpety Pump Pump Bulls made out of snow? Yes. When hot CPI comes, do they melt? Absolutely. When you ban people, is it because you like them? It's usually they've pissed me off in the moment, and I don't want to deal with them anymore. And then, people have overinflated sense of importance and think they like deserve to be part of the community. Like they have like some rightful place there, which is obviously ridiculous. Or they insist on doing something that they've been warned about repeatedly. I'm about to short sell some more Upstart shares. Roast me, but tell me it isn't likely to short squeeze. You're increasing the likelihood by selling shares short. Does banning someone automatically stop their subscription? I don't think so. I don't know. Are you asking for Walken? I think Walken's still subscribed. He's hoping the market crashes so he can get back in the Discord and say crazy shit on Saturday night. Is that big drop profit taking and repositioning? Partially. Not on SPX so much. Nothing's really moved around on SPX. But quite a significant amount of movement in futures. I mean, I bought one hedge, right? I'll buy another one if I think it's necessary. Looks like we found some support. Any thoughts to the remainder of the week? I mean, we'll see what they do into the end of the day, right? We're still low. We're sub the 47.75 or 44.75 strike. So, I think they'll at least push for that. They may push higher. I mean, we're still very far away from like power hour, right? Biter's still in the pickle jar. If I purchase Pontiff, can we go to EDC Las Vegas? Yes. I'm down. Subscription is not stopped, nor do you get a refund. Well, don't violate the rules. Who the fuck became a dillionaire? Did someone just secret become a dillionaire? You know I can just find out, right? Like, you can't hide it from me. I see you, Kevin. Welcome to Dillionaire. You're getting a song, whether you like it or not. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added. You know what's cool? That AI C3 $30 cover call I sold yesterday. You know what's not cool? Owning 100 shares of the underlying. People understand you can just not be annoying and stick around, right? You don't have to be annoying. Oh, thank you, P Shorts, for the 12 months. And no. Some people don't get that. But yeah, traders are contrarian by nature. I'm just not going to deal with people at peak Dunning-Kruger telling me what's what. I don't care, right? Like your opinions don't matter, or I'd be subscribed to your Discord. You know? No offense. Half of my port is available to trade, and I feel no interest in trading anything. What has happened to me? Ah. You found peak zen, JFresh. I did take some trades today, though.
There's some other ones that I also want to take that I haven't taken yet, but we'll see if we get there. Is there an NYSE equivalent to SPY and QQQ? NYSE is an exchange, not an index. Although there might be indexes that track stocks that trade on that exchange. I don't think they're very popular. How is emergency exit annoying? Best memes ever? He was great for memes. And, there was a time when he was a phenomenal shit poster. But over time, he became toxic and irritating and spent all the time in the world talking shit about the community that he supposedly cared about. Some people get stuck in the rut and they never come out. I took out some spreads on SPX at the top because it felt ruggy. So I'm just sitting on those. I took out some spreads at the bottom. I hope we meet in the middle. Maybe our toes will touch at 44.90. I'm tired. I'm just tired of it, man. If I wanted to deal with that shit every day, I would have just fucking towed the line on DRS and kept dealing with fucking super stonk. Right? Like I'm totally okay with like getting some shit for like Nvidia, right? Um but if it's just gonna be nothing but that for like 6 months, you can't move past it. I don't need it. It sucked. I lost money on it. Shit happens. So you manage it, right? It's chaos. This is all about managing chaos. I don't even know what that symbol is. Is that a butthole and two hands pulling it apart? Did you just emoji me a gaping butthole? Two toes joining with a ring. Oh, yeah. Totally not a Rorschach test. Um, don't ever remind me about Goatsy. Thank you. Does price action make you change your thoughts on the post CPI chart direction you predicted? No. Although yields diving might change my thoughts on it. The drop to 44.65 does not. I wonder what Meet Kevin has to say about this. Why don't you go find out? 95% of what I say should not be taken seriously, but that 5%, oh, that 5% is gold. Noted. I bought in Fubo at 370. Now my cost basis is 210. I couldn't have done it without you. Nice, dude. Don't miss out on the near term opportunities though, because the current run on it presents quite a few. Does this chart change what cheeses you would have on a grilled cheese? My grilled cheeses are simply determined by the cheese that is closest to expiration in my refrigerator. Any volume on the 5,000 strike yet? Um, there was a bunch of like short calls there the other day. I don't know what date they're for, but there was like a ton of like short call gamma at 5,000 yesterday. I think the downside momentum's about burnt out here. If I could close my hedge, I would, but I can't. Cost of doing business. The return of VWASP is coming this summer. What kind of theta do I want a nice Gouda? It depends on if it's smoked or not. It depends on the kind of you thought you could just cut off the mold and put it in the medicine bottle to re-up the antibiotics. Well, first of all, I'm not entirely sure that all cheese mold is penicillin, and penicillin on bread needs to be processed to become. No, you know what? Don't eat moldy bread for, your gonorrhea. I just assume 5,000 strike synthetic shorts. Puts and calls keep opening. Yeah, that might be the case. I could see that. I sold half today. I have a stop at 265 for the rest. Do you think I should tighten that up? I only bought 1,000 shares. Oh, you're selling? You could probably tighten up a little. Uh, maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, 265 is a good level for confirming a reversal. Does anyone really smoke a nice Gouda? I mean, yeah. You don't like smoked Gouda? Is it because it smells awful? Don't eat moldy bread for your gonorrhea. That's some life advice right there. Why not CCs in that case? That's a good question. I mean, maybe he's not confident that. Yeah, why not CCs? Well, if he sells CCs and it goes higher, he can't sell higher, right? I mean, that would be the biggest issue. So like if it say it pumps up to 4 or 3 or 3 350 4, right? And he sells cover calls at like 250 right now. He's going to miss out on all the potential upside. So I mean that would be the reason to not sell CCs. Thoughts on SPX? Are we stable? Yeah, we've stabilized a bit here. Out of the money call interest is increasing. 4480? 4480 is picking up a bit. So 70, actually. 70, 75, 80. Not a lot at 95 though. So 95 kind of falls off. Can you postpone the loss of the cheese you want with, say, an expiration a month out? Like rolling your cheese? I mean, you could, yeah. That might be a great way to offset some of the theta decay while you're not eating it. I see what you're saying, but to just sell the shares seems crazy. I mean, is it? Profits are profits. I mean, I always get taken aback a little because I'm like, but what about all the potential? But yeah, I mean, sometimes people just want that money, right? Like, you can't fault them for that. That's how you become super stonk. But does C Sally sell CCs by the CC shore? Thanks, guys. I'll be here all week. Leave a like. Thanks, Ending. And also, well done. Parmigiano Reggiano cheese wheel futures about to rip. I don't know, man. Italy's inflation's pretty high. Why didn't Jimmy participate in this morning's pumps? Is it getting shorted? Yeah, it also just sucks. So it's a little bit of both. Speaking of smoked cheese, did you see the bill in New York to shut down the coal pizza ovens? No. I think I heard a little bit about it, but like um I think they're making like exceptions in order to like filter the exhaust or something. I don't think there's a lot of coal pizza ovens in New York. Most of them are wood fired. Oh boy, do I have some news for you. A Porsche driving coworker, I view them as a subordinate, who is a bull and legitimately thinks we're in a bull market, is now afraid because of treasuries. The top is near. Nice. I hope so. I'd like to realize that top just real quick first, though, if that's okay. BTU in shambles on the New York news. I can't properly roll out cheese that isn't a round lot, as they're just wedges of different sorts. What should I do? Just accumulate 100 pieces of cheese? That's kind of what my cheese drawer looks like. It's like the accumulation of a bunch of expensive cheeses that, and at the moment I bought them, I really wanted to eat, and then never did. Like dead puts or calls. I think you're onto something here using cheese metaphors to explain how to manage risk. Yeah. Kirk, I may have been massively over leveraged at the bottom. Spoiler, it wasn't the bottom for today, but at least it's our anniversary. Once again, I've forgotten to unsubscribe. If we don't go to 44.15 today, that may change. XO. Thank you so much, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. Also, why the fuck do you have 45.15 calls? Is it because they were cheap? Gherk, taxi cab confession here. I'm a big old bear. I hear you. I hear you. So what you're saying is you're the composite man of cheese in the accumulation phase. Maybe. But all of my holdings are derivative based, right? Because the cheese has theta. Serrano ham off Amazon? I don't know if I'd trust it. Oh, I don't have 45.15. I'm not crazy. I just wanted to go there. Oh, okay. Thank God. I was worried for a second. Is the secret of Theta Gang's gains just a wheel of cheese? Man, you really haven't seen Theta Gang take losses, have you? They put Wall Street bet losses to shame. Some of the stupidest fucking plays I've ever seen have been in Theta Gang. Like people just over leveraging all of their daily trade margin into box spreads. And the people in Theta Gang have more money, right? So their losses are whew. What's up, Dork? I see you. Toe ring? I'm usually too early when I buy cheese. I usually get it when it's still liquid in a carton, and that runs out of theta without realization. I do have 45,000 though, or 4,500 though. Blah. Did you buy them at the bottom? Because they're really cheap. Oh God! Don't cut a stock that's dropping to buy one that's up 50%. Have you guys learned nothing in here, Javi? No, it wasn't Hobby. Sorry, Kyle. I'll lean towards puts, but my calls have been making bank. You said it. Shorter dated calls, longer dated puts. It's been working out. Sorry, I got your name confused there. With Kyle, who's trying to sell his fucking underwater GME to buy overpriced Fubo. Knock it the fuck off, Kyle. I also have 75s, 90s, and 505s. Ooh, I like 505s. Just the name. I just like that strike. It's enticing. I don't want to buy any of them, but I kind of do. I will not answer Kyle's. I did answer Kyle's question. I got the message. Okay. That's that's like I know the grass looks greener on the other side, but that's just fucking never fall for that trap. Because you're so tired of saying fours. I think that's what it is. I really need the market to go back under 4,000 or above 5,000 because I don't want to say 44 anything ever again. I bought 10 NVIDIA 500s for next week. Chances they print, pretty slim. Where do you see Upstart in the next few years? Do you think it could go back in the hundreds? Maybe, yeah. I don't think that's unreasonable, but I think it's got a long road till it gets there. But yeah, I think if interest rates come down, credit markets stabilize, I think they're in a very good position to capture a lot of growth there. Also, their profit margins when they're running full tilt are phenomenal. I mean, there was a reason the stock went up to $400, and they've bought back shares, so it's even more illiquid. But not yet, not yet. The headwinds remain strong. Just say 4,000 for any price that has a 44. That's what I do. I've already been doing that for like a week now. So I finally opened IBKR account from Fidelity, and I'm really enjoying the spreads. Can you talk a bit about one DTE straddles on SPX with 5-point spreads? They seem tempting. Okay, if it's got a spread, it's not a straddle, it's a strangle. So you're talking about one DTE strangles? They're okay. I've done a few of them. Not bad. It's a play. You don't want to over leverage them because if you trade flat, you get destroyed. And we've had some flat days. If you tried to do that through the month of April, you would have hated everything. What flavor ice cream sandwich are you having to celebrate crossover day? Oh shit, I didn't even think about that. Ooh, I have strawberry shortcake. I have Reese's cones. I have Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches, obviously. I have a popsicle. All right, I've been scalping 0DT SPX Condor strat, and I'm making 1 to 3K a day swinging it. I think I'm ready to beg my fiance to use some of the wedding money, aka her money. Nice slot machine. Like you go into the run into the bank before the ring's even on the finger. Well played. The fuck is crossover day? It's none of your goddamn business. Strawberry shortcake because it has shades of red. It's more pink, but alright. In your opinion, is there a benefit to one DTE debit spreads versus the 0 DTEs you typically open? You get more theta? If I could close any of these spreads, I might consider getting more theta on them. I'm gonna just build my positioning on my current positioning in this account on on option strat here. What have I got? Okay, I got a, let's start with the debit spread. I got a 50-60 with a 250 cost basis. So that's trash. All right, then I have two 4480 85s with a 115 cost basis. Forty-four 85, 115. Two of those. Then I have two 4480 90 with a 190 cost basis. At 175 cost basis. Sorry. Right, so two long 80, two long 80. So average is 285 on those. Okay, hold on. There we go. And then I have one 75 4500. $5.22 42 cents. Dork, look at what I made with no math. DM. Ooh. Your Weebull's frozen. I hate those compound positions. They're so complex. Are they really? I mean, if they were, maybe if they were like credit spreads or something, this isn't very complex at all. This seems pretty simple. If we go above 4480, I make a shitload of money. And if we close below 4450, I lose a little bit of money. Isn't that like 30-40% port allocation? No. I also think this is maybe mispriced. Well, that's sort of mispriced. Hold on 1 second. I have to fix this. That one's 215, 465. Okay, 465, 215. There we go. No, that's about 10%. If we close above 490, I make 400%. Can you add another hedge that limits the range of the max loss? Absolutely could. Yeah. If I were to open like a bear put spread, so if I opened like a 470 and then sold like a 465, then I would be profitable on anything below 44.51. Is the IV slider on option strat for SPX the VIX? No, not entirely, but a little bit. Another DM. Oh fuck. Oh, that's on the daily. Yeah, I know. Dollar's down big today. What's my negative spread here? That's up, that's up, that's up. If I buy that right now, I pay for $5 intrinsic. I don't like that. I'll just leave that alone. When did you enter all these positions? Mostly like in here. I bought the hedge right here. In case that failed. Although I wonder if I open like 75. So if I were to open 75, 70, and two of them, it doesn't really close my profitable range very much. 70, no, 75. 75, 65 is more profitable than downside, but 75, 70, kind of protects me from any close between, well, it improves my close between 70 and 60. So I'd have to add 3 of those. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if at some point here I were to buy 3 44.75 70s, I would end up with like this. Where the only substantial loss would occur between 44.80 and 44.75. But if we move up, I would buy the hedge at like 80. So I could do 80, 70. Ooh, yeah. 80-70 is nuts. Still the same unprofitable range, but you immediately become profitable at 70 or lower. It does trim down the upside a little bit by about 100%. No, I'll think about it more. Can you get an XPX OI update? Yeah. Looks like 4480 volume is still picking up. 80, 85, and 90 still look pretty strong. 95 and 4500 look kind of weak. And someone is, I believe, selling the absolute fuck out of the 4505 strike. Is this bounce feeling a bit shaky to you? Um, it, yes. Selling 4505 calls. Calls. I do agree that the bounce is a little shaky. Check the 4500 COI again. I just bought 2 contracts. No. What's up with Fubo? Any news or something? No, just most of the IWM basket's been running pretty hard. A little bit of short covering going on. Some of the put positions pulled back. But no like big news. I just picked up 2 SPY August 410p. Am I epically regarded? They were 75 cents. I couldn't help myself. Jesus Christ. I mean, you better fucking hope VIX spikes. 95 KOI on the strike. Yeah, but they're all sold. I wish someone would cover the GME shorts hard. They already did, like last month. You know why Rocket and UWMC have been up so much the last 4 days? No? I think they're both also part of IWM. Yeah, broad commodities broke out today. This is super bullish for like HBM and BTU. Specifically at those breakpoints. Commodities go boink. I've been telling people for weeks. Dork. BTU just not seeing it yet. Also, index exposed. Don't forget. Whereas, like broad commodity futures are not. Hey, Gherk, why is insert R2K stock here running today? I feel like that's been the last 3 days. It's fine, I get it. Everyone's got a favorite horse in the race. GME's not in the R2K. It's in the world's shittiest index, the R1K. Which is basically just Apple at this point. I seem to remember us discussing a super cycle of some sort. Really? Us? I know. J-Pow's fucked. Maybe. Because I think, Doric, we may be seeing the inflection point of where the market forces the Fed to do more. Yo, my dude, out of the market psych books, which are your top 3? Hmm. Reminiscences of a stock operator is probably like 1 and 2. Um, Best loser wins. Predictably irrational is not really about the market, but it's an important read. How often do you watch other YouTubers? I tried for a little while, but they're mostly idiots. So basically never. Like, I mean, like 99.9% of them are just frauds. Son of a bitch. So if you're watching us, are we the idiots? I'm not watching you. I don't understand the do more comment. The data this morning implies they have done is working, as it has now been confirmed as of this morning's a moderate, hold on, strength trend. Why would they do more? Because they have not solved price stability. You're too focused on one aspect of the Fed's goal. Come on, JPA's told you 1,000 times per meeting. What? It's dual mandate. That's right. Did you start out day trading shares? Yeah. Some options, mostly to hedge shares, and then moved more and more into options. I've been doing well with stocks, but I'm curious how that translates to options. You gain many of the same benefits of buying low and selling high, but with leverage and massively increased risk. Banks are strong and resilient. Dual mandate, same like toe ring boys? Yes. JPAS told us to put our peas into Greek yogurt if we accidentally choke the chicken after chopping jalapenos. That wasn't JPAL. I'm pretty sure it was JPAL. I think it was just like an old dude at a truck stop. He's my uncle. Toe ring, so JPAL can't close his official position and has to see it through, come what may. In a sense, yes. Yeah, that's him. He's a trucker. I think maybe we're talking about different JPALs then. Do you think we'll chop here for a while? Yeah, we could dip again. 68 maybe? Just because we haven't regained 75. 68.50? 44, 68.50. If we get a little dumpy here. With all the sold 45.05 you mentioned earlier, does this suggest today's push to 44.88 was the extent of their push to 4,500? No, not necessarily. It just suggests that someone's selling at 45.05. We're selling at 45.05. I don't know if those are still open. They may have just sold those this morning and then closed them on the drop, right? If J-Pow raises rates and inflation is dropping, that's like a double whammy, right? Causing more deflation and higher rates affecting margins. Well, if he raises rates and inflation is dropping in like 12 to 18 months, that would cause more deflation. The effects of rate hikes are not immediate, not by a long shot. With oil hovering near 75, how likely is it we reach 80? That's my target, like 80 to 83 before end of summer. I'd like to see that. That would make me happy. It's nice when things hit your price targets in a meaningful and substantial way. Can Fubo stay here before earnings? That's probably not. Yes, it's deflationary. We're in a deflationary period. Deflation would be sub 2%. So, yes and no. Currently, the rate of increase in inflation is dropping, which is deflationary, right? Deflation would be if we fell below 2% and continued to go, and then the rate of inflation became negative. You could also call it disinflation if you want to, but that's a stupid word. It's just flation. What is SPX tracking more closely with today? DJI or NQ? It's actually tracking closest with the R2K. NQ a little bit, but not quite as much. NQ's got a little less correlation, and then Dow's way off. Unfellatio? Yeah. Fellatiation? That seems like doubling down on fellating. Alright. Are my SPX 4500 0 DTEs dead? Fuck. Oh. No, they're worth 35 cents. Well, 35 to 40 cents. The last one traded for 35. So, no. GME is in the Russell 1000. It's been in the Russell 1000 since 2021. Worse yet, it's in the Russell 1000 Value Index. which is maybe one of the most boring indexes on the planet. Thoughts on the KFC Double Down? I ate one back when they first came out, and then I've never had one again. Soon to be on the S&P 500 though, right? Not even remotely fucking close. The task set upon the Fed is getting inflation below 2%, kind of a job. No, no. I mean, as far as I know, FTSE still hasn't released the information regarding the reconstitution, but I haven't checked in a couple of weeks. But yeah, I'm like 90% sure GME's still in the R1K. It didn't get moved. It qualified for a move, but it didn't get moved. The Russell 1000 index is like mostly financials, healthcare, and industrials. $30 DTE Fubo $3 CC, a bad idea here. 41 cents a contract seems very good given the recent history. Thoughts? I think that historic breaks above $3 on Fubo have been extremely bullish. So could be worth it. Could miss out on a bunch of upside. At 22 months, I'm halfway to 44 months. In the next 4 months, do you think we can see 44, 44, 44? On SPX, Edward 40 hands if we see the 44, 44, 44 breakdown. You prick. Thanks, Gordon. And the cardboard box, I think. Any good ideas on how to beg my fiance for that loan? Let's roleplay. You be me, and I'll be my fiance. How would you ask me for the money? I only need 10K in non-wedding money. That's how close I am. Just show her the performance of your overnight iron condor. Be like, look at my metal bird, bitch. I need 10 grand. If that doesn't work, maybe she's not even worth marrying. Would you mind looking at Carvana and see where you see it topping out at? It's already above Gamma Max. I mean, it's. I don't think it's gonna hit 42, maybe 40. I say that all the time, and I'm not even trying to borrow any money. Price target for Fubo above $3. 308, then 3. What is it? 3. It's like 326, 390. Then it moves up to like 470, 480. And then beyond that, who the fuck knows? Remember Friday when we saw actual call capitulation at the end of the day for the first time in months? If that happens again today, isn't it appropriate to assume that their margin may be drying up and this upcoming SLD may actually be a good one? That's where I'm leaning. That's totally the opposite direction of where you were leaning 2 hours ago. Walken, I'm starting to think you might be very emotional with your swing trades. I'll need further evidence, I guess. Continue to co-fi me so I can establish a thesis. That would be interesting if they would sell off some of the in the money calls today, which they haven't done. But yes, I mean, I do think liquidity is drying up, and big flows into bonds are not good for equity liquidity, right? Neither is the dollar at 100.6. Fuck. If there's one thing women love, it's big metal birds. Crazy about them, in fact. Exactly. Just tell her your metal bird's gonna pay for your guy's future. And then if it actually does, you don't have to kiss her dad's ass. Is it a giant bird? It's a. Well, it's a metal bird. We already went over this. What part of metal bird are you missing? Species? Condor. Biggest metal bird. Yeah. How do I buy oil contracts? I'm not helping you with this. Just be like, honey, look, I back tested this for 4 days. It makes me $1,000 every night. Show her all your data, right? I think you can present a very good case. It's like I have a, just be like, I have a 90% win rate with an N value of 5. How could she not go for that? I want a carbon fiber bird. That's risky. You need a lot of margin. Unless she's a shill. Or a mathematician. SLD and a big pullback are two separate things, mate. My former thesis remains independent from my thoughts about a descent, SLD, 2 to 300 BPS over 4 days. If we witness something similar to Friday at the end of the day, formulate on that all you like. Ha. We've already kind of missed the window for what happened. Well, okay, maybe not, but how does a drop here influence SLD though? If margin requirements are tight, they're not gonna make a bunch of deposits to go long. Are they just gonna wait till the last 20 minutes of power hour? It seems like a good time period to squeeze out the shorts. JC is slipping? Like JC Penny? Defending my thesis to Gherk, like, look, it's real easy. I'm making it up. JC, the supposed Ko-Fi mod, he's got a job now. Jobs are for scrubs. Yeah. Job? Did he lose his money? He may or may not have held BBBY to, well, very close to the end. Dude, I'm saying if we see actual call capitulation in the last hour of the day, it would get me wondering if their margin requirements are starting to tighten. Well, if they capitulate on calls, they're going to tighten their margin requirements. This is where my point of confusion with your thesis is. Short puts, long calls. If you capitulate on the calls and you spike volatility, your margin requirements on your short puts go up. So in order to offset increased margin requirements, the desirable thing to do would be to buy even more fucking calls and never sell calls. You just buy calls and buy more calls, and then if you start running out of money to buy calls, you sell more puts and then buy more calls. What do you think of trading in the zone? Bunch of bullshit? I don't like it very much. I've heard people rave about it. I've read it. It's basic. How did no one think of this strategy before? Where the fuck have you been for the last 3 months? Future's gonna sell off again to fuck the pumpers. I don't think so. I think the future sell off that we did get was largely 4,500 positions that got trapped underwater overnight repositioning. Um, if we do get a big future sell off, I think it would be at a moderately higher level, like 45.25 or 45.50. Girk, the other day I lost money because I lost signal while in the car wash. How do I fix this? Can I sue the car wash? Probably not. Have you tried not going through car washes while you're trading? Just leave your car dirty till after market hours? Wait, you're thinking we see over 40? I'm talking about futures. Futures 40, 45.25 on futures is not over 4,500. 45.50 on futures would be over 4,500. But we're quite a ways from there. That's like a $40 move. What do you think about a close above 44.80 today? I think that's possible. I mean, that's what I'm positioned for, right? Largely. Above 44.80, I make like 400%. Hey, big guy, I had a dumb meeting the last hour-ish. I have some 44.80, 85.0 DTEs, a bit underwater. Is it looking like they could be saved by the end of the day? Yeah, things look pretty good right now. I'm getting some nice bullish momentum. Looks solid. I would say that Nasdaq's actually dragging a bit on the potential here, but Dow's looking a little bit better, and Russell's quite strong still. See how zero DTE positioning looks now. You know, not a lot of zero DTE positioning today at all. Like there's a lot of movement in the options chain outside of the zero DTs, but the zero DTs today are kind of meh. 4,500's picking up a bit. Still volume at 85, 90, a little bit at 95. Not a ton. I think synthetic shorts might be being opened at 4,500 as well. But those might have been earlier. Those have been there. Yeah, that's kind of been there all day. It's pretty minimal. A few thousand contracts. Give me one. Let's see, I want to look at something else. Since we're not seeing a lot of volume on zero DTs, but we are seeing a decent amount of volume, that means it's somewhere else, but where is it? Okay. Yeah, I mean 4,500 still strong. 80, 85, 90. It's a little weaker, but it's not that weak. I could see us ending the day just under 4,500, which I mean I think coincides a bit with what JFresh has been saying. So Are we gonna go rip into close? Maybe, but that we can't determine right now, right? Because that's all like volume that comes in at the end of the day. $48 of those 4,500s are me. Good for you. I'm really less curious about what you bought and more interested in the 75,000 other contracts that have traded at that strike. But I'm glad you've helped me add some skew. Look at us breaking down the mysteries of the 4,500 strike. 10 contracts at a time. Or open the window for better reception while going through the car wash. That also helps to clean the inside of your car. How's volume? Shitty. It's 130. Ah. Hmm. Interesting. 5-year at 3.71. Can Upstart get to 50? Probably not. Did Gamma Max move up today at all? I didn't get a chance to look. Oh, fuck off. God damn it. 43.28. It could get to like 49.75-ish, maybe? So maybe, but it's the odds are really low. Especially with the downturn today, it's very unlikely. Like I don't think the pullback today was good for continued price improvement. I would say that the lower range is more likely there. 5-10% above Gamma Max. Also, there's not a lot of calls higher up on the chain. Spike climbing like that mountain guy on Price is Right. It's consistent. I like that. Did Gamma Max move up? Gurk doesn't read the daily DD. Don't tell Gurk he hates that. I mean, I don't always read what the Gamma Max and shit is because I just copy and paste it. My buddy does pretty well. Trading is telling me LNC will be the next big failure, like SVB, and the extremely high Jan and June leap volume is speaking to him. Not in those exact words. Well, if your buddy is spoken to by put volume, you may want to consider how good he actually is at trading. Large amounts of volume in options contracts is not indicative of any kind of direction. Let me look at my notes on the banks here. 1 second. LNC's what's LNC? They're not a bank. So like insurance, life and health insurance. Yeah, they're. I haven't looked into their risk profiles. I mean, he might be right. They should be appropriately hedged, but they may not be. They definitely carry duration risk. Gork, I let my Fubo shares get called away after going super underwater on $1.5 cover calls. I was hoping for it to come back down. That's not how this works. And now don't want to FOMO. Do you think it will come back down? What do? Well, either it does or it doesn't. If it doesn't, find something else to buy cheap. If it does, then you get an entry opportunity. I just told him he's not my buddy anymore. Thanks for convincing me. Yes. So JPOW lowers rates, market rates fall. People flood the market with inventory to upgrade based on all their unrealized Mag 7 gains. Housing market crashes with it. Usually, housing market crashes occur after equity market crashes because the rate of price realization is much, much slower. Express is still cheap. I mean, it's up quite a bit. It's still up like 20% from a few days ago. Is Campbell's soup good under 46? Macroeconomic environment's different than back when that was a play. I would wait and see if you get some accumulation here at 45. Yeah. If fear picks up, their price will go up again. But not a lot of fear right now. Why are VIX futures green and VIX is red? Well, because they're not the same thing. But yes, I'm aware. Greg, I'm out of all of my positions because the market is a saucy minx. Are you lying to me? Are you just out of all of your positions because you're trying to buy oil? Was 4,500 in play before the end of the day? I mean, it's not impossible, but it's not really where I'm looking. I'd be looking at like 80, 85. If we move up above that, maybe it is, but right now it's not.
Hmm.
Does anyone know how much of an effect there is on an underlying security when a company announces they're a bit positive at earnings when they haven't been for a while? I mean, it kind of depends on how much people care about that company being a bit positive, but that's a good sign. It could have an effect. Yeah, absolutely. Unrelated, if you suddenly had a lot of liquidity, how would you buy oil contracts? You fucking son of a bitch. All right, enough of the spicy market. Let's get spicy chat. Give us your hot take on airlines accommodating plus size people who need more than one chair. Do you have to buy an extra ticket? In order to be accommodated in the extra chair? It's not the airline's fault you want extra cheese on the tacos. Here's how I feel about it. If you have a real, actual medical condition that causes you to gain weight, or your weight is a disability, sure. Otherwise, pay for an extra seat. If I ever get fat enough, and I do hope one day I have enough money to do this, I I won't mind paying for the extra seat. It's like a luxury afforded to myself because I was able to consume so many calories, right? Has BlackRock told you when they are pumping SPX to 4,500 today? I don't get secret information from BlackRock. I give them the information. I think you're missing how the direction of that relationship. Based on what you just said, everyone here needs a foam helmet and help crossing the street. You think foam is enough protection? Probably want a harder, like maybe like a ABS shell around that. There's some good industrial foam. All right. Real question, should they just call Coach Pores to motivate us? Yeah, probably. Don't you spit or throw up food when you're rich so you can have more? No, you just eat more when you feel like it. Since the pickle jar is only now hedging and straddling, I'd argue their skull is harder than helmet on the market. Foam to absorb impacts of reality hitting them. Baby steps. Believe me, I tried telling 2021 options degens about hedging. They just weren't listening, so I gave up. Now the degeneracy has bit them in the ass, and hedging sounds a lot more attractive. If I'd said, hey, maybe, buy a couple puts on GME to hedge those calls in case this slips in 2021, I would have been told, fuck you, shill. Stock's only up. Actually, I was. I was told that. I wonder if the covered FTDs early on GME are just internalizing now. I mean, I really don't think there's a ton of volume to internalize, right? Like value performance today is kind of mediocre. They might be internalizing a bit, but there's really not a lot for them to do. When does a stop loss trigger? When your stop is hit? The stop is the trigger. Then a market order is placed. You fill at market price when your order comes up. I would have asked what's a put. Jan 2021, I started trading. Feb 2021, I learned spreads and hedging. Late Feb 2021, back in GME. November 21, started forgetting how to hedge. June 2023, start all over. It's a progression. They have to pay for an extra suitcase. They got to pay for the extra room. Right? That seems like the most democratic solution unless they have a medical condition or a disability. That I think deserves some accommodation, right? But like, if they're just a fat fuck for the sake of being a fat fuck, like like me, I would expect to be charged extra. I wanted an extra helping of mashed potatoes last night, and that might cost me an extra airline seat in the future, and I'm okay with that. I didn't. Mashed potatoes are disgusting, but it's an example. Help Pickler, is my wife regarded? She described where she was, and I told her to walk south. She can't figure out where south is, and this isn't a major spot in our city. She's not a fucking pigeon. Did you give her a compass before she left the house? This seems like it's on you. Why would the airline pay for your disability? Because they're subsidized with our tax dollars. Fair? I think so. Doesn't she know what time of day it is and see the sun? She's not a fucking Eagle Scout. I assume. Maybe she is. But consider this proposal. Put all of the high calorie density food at the store behind a skinny door. I mean, they're just gonna grab whatever they can get with their arm and shoulder, right? Like, you're really gonna have to. Uh, you're gonna have to. I think you're gonna need more than a skinny door. You're just gonna end up with a lot of people stuck indoors. Also, the grabby claw reacher things. 5 foot setback. Now, what's how are you covering all that additional unused shelf space? They've got to trim. What's it called? What is it that retail managers care about? Uh, I forget the term they use. It's the worst word. Shrink. Yeah, they can't have any shrink. Thanks, Big Dilly style. Do you think anyone will ever sell a share of a stock again? No. They're too afraid of being poor. They'll hold forever. What if you had to get weighed to enter the grocery store instead? You know, Bob, for someone who's really all about freedom, that sounds very oppressive. What are you eating? A gallon of peanut M&Ms. The skinny doors would be against fire code and again against the Americans with Disabilities Act. Here we go, baby. No. Not really. Oh, goddamn. Well. If I have to open these, I'm going to be pissed. What if I did 65.75? Nope. Ooh, let's debit. Friday's end of day action told a different story. First time in literally 3 months. Also, they need margin to sell puts, correct? No. Not if the price keeps moving up. Only if risk on the position increases. Tell me you don't have portfolio margin without telling me you don't have portfolio margin. So I'm saying if we get another one of those Fridays, long calls sell off, no further puts sold, no calls bought, likely margin is tightening, but margin's only going to tighten if the price drops dramatically or VIX spikes. And if they're going to sell equity to get liquidity, right, which would be SLD, that's bearish. That's not like a bullish positioning. Gherkin, what do your magical eyes see? I see that I may need to hedge. I'm not sure yet. And hopefully I can get a much better hedge for less money, but I may need to hedge. I'm already hedged a little bit against a big drop, but I might need to hedge the spread, which is between like 482 and like 473. Not yet. I don't need to do it yet, but I might need to do it in future. Cost of that hedge just dropped dramatically. Oh, fucking shit. I just reset all the cost bases. Goddamn motherfucker. What is it? 215, 265. $465. These are 301, 186. Oh, they're 301 and 275. So it's like 285. Oh, that's correct. Okay, 285. Hmm. 490. 490 is $1. And 186. $475, 522, 42 cents. Okay. All right. The current price of these is... Oh, the total spread is that. Options. Okay. Getting a bit volatile. Yeah. I'm just checking out OI here. Are we about to break 4480? Maybe. Okay. 80 and 85 are picking up a little interest. Looks like we saw some 70s capitulate, but volume's picking up out of the money a tiny bit. Still low, but 85 and 90 are good. Those are strong. Well, the cheaper I can buy the hedge, the better the hedge becomes, right? Are those 0 DT? You fucking know it. So if I buy the hedge, hold on. If I buy the hedge, I go. This becomes the position. Without the hedge, oh you fucking bitch! God damn it! Without the hedge, this is the position. So I'm very exposed under like 182, right? Holy moly, 400%? No hedge? Yeah, so if I hedge, I reduce my profitability on a test, like an upside move. But we'll see. The more we move up here, the cheaper it gets, right? Because now the 4480 put is out of the money. Yeah, but I don't have that choice because I got PDT restricted, right? So I've got to hold everything into close. That's toe ring gang. Hashtag. Jimmy, all the downside, none of the upside once I take a bullish position. Stop chasing? I don't know. This is margin. Hmm. Scalping is not chasing. Scalping means that you've already confirmed a run, you've bought in with a tight stop, and you're just trying to take advantage of high volume price action in one direction or the other. If you're scalping, you're not sitting on a position that's buried underwater all day. No, I don't think CPI was bad for BTU. That broad commodities are up today quite a bit. Is the toe ring for being married to the game? Sure. Ooh. 6580. That kills my profitability. 81. Hmm. Hmm. 44.95s, 2 for $1 lottery tickets. Yeah, I'm not sure that those are better than like 44.75s though. What if I just don't sell the put? Eh. That kind of doesn't really improve anything. Improves my downside profitability, but not much. Need to lever up one of these, like the 80s or the 75.
out of 75 and then buy. No. And sell 95? Ooh. Hmm. Like that. Okay, so. Huh. How many is DTE is your daily straddle? Like 5 to 7, except on the weekends? As a matter of my trades of the day, let's talk about straddling. Are you gonna straddle later? I mean, yes. Always. Almost always. What freaking monstrosity is this? Don't worry about it. Toe ring gang. Don't fucking. Fuck off. I think I'm about to do some credit spreads. Hmm.
All right. Now hear me hear me out. If I sell 5 44.95 4505C, I reduce the cost of the debit shut up. I reduce the cost of the debit spread that I want to use to hedge by $4, which brings my total debit to 2304. My max loss is 1804 on a closing price of I think 44.78 77. If we close between 44.88 or 4500, I make like 90%. 80 to 8, well, about 80 to 130%. And then if we close below 44.70, like 30%. But if we close between 80 and 83 or 78 and 74, I only hit max risk on the position. Hmm. Good lord, what am I looking at? It's beautiful, okay? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You show me your position where all the boxes are green. Smith and Walensky? Walensky's better. I'd go to the Smith, though. It's just called the Smith. That place is really good. But Smith and Walensky is also really good. Good luck getting out of that. I have no intention of getting out of it. That's why I'm making it. Can you please mark your vertical spreads as not safe for work? How significant is the drop in yields in relation to remaining market liquidity? Very. Ooh. No, that's shit. I don't want that. Hmm. 1.5 fucking hours. God damn it. I have to be on the edge of my seat with this bullshit until fucking. Well, I guess you know what? Actually, if we fail to break 44.85, I can just sell the fucking spreads at Fort. Oh, that's way better. Hold on. Dumb. Ooh. I know I can't do that. Ah, boxed myself in.
How do I get out? Right, another 60? That's useless. Oh shit, that's even better. It's already a profitable trade. Like right now, it's profitable. Barely, but it's profitable. If we go to 44.85, I don't have to worry about this shit. I just have to worry about a rejection on 44.80. But I think I've got it now. I sell 44.95, 4,500 spreads. Then I open 44.80, 44.70 debit spread put, and then 44.75, 44.65 debit spread. That collapses my end of day risk down to 78 to 74, and then anything outside of that is profitable. So it looks like this. Yep. And you've amazed me 3 times in the last 4 trading days, and you will forever be a stonk god in my eyes. Thanks, man. Simple, right? Yeah. Fuck you, dork. This is amazing. Pull that shit straight out of your ass. I like it. It would have been better had I used a calculator earlier in the day, or maybe thought this through a bit more. But it's not unsalvageable. God, I love options. They're so cool. What's this called now? A clusterfuck. It's not random bullshit. It's kind of like a lopsided inverse condor opened throughout the day. Sorry, bullshit go. There you go. But what if it's 130% my account? Well, position bullshit, right? When school a stock video on cluster spreads. Listen, I'm not gonna sacrifice my fucking membership to the toe ring gang for this fucking account. If I blow it up, so be it. What price does Fubo need to be for you to put it up on the stream? Why? So people YOLO into it harder after it's run, 60%? The higher this goes, the better it actually gets. Oh, yeah. God, that's beautiful. If we top 40, if we top 44.85, I might just open the fucking, I might open this up anyway. Yeah, because then I can do 85. Yeah, I can do an 85-75 spread.
And there's only like a $2 range where I don't make money, which is exactly where we'll close. $85, $75, $75, $65. Oh, but then I can move the $75, $65 up to $80, $70. Oh, God, that's some good shit. Boom. It's like chess. Options chess. This is what Jamie D is paid to do. Sit in his office and look at the colors on options strat. I'm enjoying this shitty account. This is fun. It's bringing back memories. Nope, I can't sell a 4490C. That'll trigger PDT. I can only sell the 4495 strike. It's why I left it open, but it's the only one I can sell. Somebody in SVX chat posted a screenshot of your clusterfuck. So I put a vomit reaction on the post. I just wanted you to know. I don't have time for your jealousy right now, okay? We have goals to accomplish. Dork, if I can nail this, max loss is position out an original positional allocation. And it only occurs at 4478. How high is the risk of rug pull here? Substantial. Yeah, pretty substantial. Someone's got to start buying some options soon, right? God, volume's so fucking dry. Gherkin, you're making these spreads way too complicated for the cult. I mean, they would have been a lot simpler if it wasn't for Toe Ring Gang. Man, you were right about not selling CCs on Fubo. Where do you see this running out of gas? Maybe above 3? 308's important. Where are we at right now? 304. Yeah, 308's an important resistance. then 325 after that. Could be looking pretty good right now, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's hot garbage. Is that a hunt? I don't know. The volume actually, the volume on it was actually pretty high. Well, on futures at least. $44.80 is taking profit. No, not substantially. We're selling off the 0DT 4500s. I don't know if that matters. There's so many longer dated ones. '85's actually picked up a little bit. So's 90. What happened to BTU? It's down like 75 cents today. What do you mean what happened to it? You're acting like it's like crashing and it's like just like flat on the prior like 5 days. Mm. 182, 179. Okay, that's good under 166, but I need something for 70. Oh, because I haven't entered those yet. Hey, Greg, for about a month while I was working the morning, lunch, and dinner shift, I watched a stream. You didn't have any positions showing? Was it because you didn't trade? No, I was transferring this account to margin. Nvidia hitting a textbook double top. It only took like 2 weeks. Can charm or capitulation or call buying happen already? FFs. But where's the charm gonna happen? Hmm. Did your spreads make this happen? No, I don't think so. I'm just sure it's too powerful for mortals to use it. Could you do a drawing for the QQQ chart? It looks like a head and shoulders. Something illegible. My 410Ps are going up. Vol is increasing. I think this is getting more bearish. I'm trying to figure out how to position for that. This is so hard. Touring Gang is the ultimate challenge. Fuba doesn't even have much volume compared to May. No, it doesn't have a lot, but it's got a lot of interest. A lot of synthetic longs. 44.75 is a fortress or about to go down hard. I mean, 44.75 is unfortunately our most likely closing strike, but if we fall under it, we could drop to 44.50 really fast. Which I think I'm profitable on. Yeah, if we drop to 44.50, I make a lot of money. Like 200%. The problem is everything in between that is real shitty. I mean, that's the only solution to minimize risk. I just have to go for it. I wish we could get a little bit of a bounce here, though. I'd rather buy it a bit higher. Oh, where's volume going? Ooh, that's a lot of put volume coming in. Are those sold? Selling puts, buying calls? Bounce? Yeah, what, on NQ? Yeah, NQ kind of looks, well, a little bearish. Someone told me why I didn't full port Fubo at 98 cents. You thought I was a hedgy shill? Will you personally feel hunted if it ends at 44.74? I'll feel like I did everything in my power to avoid taking a loss. Although, actually, no. If I'm able to enter the hedge, I'm fine at 44.74. I only lose money at 44.78. Check DMs. Oh, Jesus. Stay away from the oil futures. You're not ready. Or do it. I guess it'll lead to some fun stories, if nothing else. No, we're gonna close below 44.50. Yesterday it looked like we were gonna close below 44.30, but we didn't. I hope we close below 44.50. I'll make even more money now if we do than I would if we closed at 4,500. Well, that's actually not true yet, but it's going to be true here in a second. $75.70. I'd have to buy 5 of these. You're forgetting the number one rule of being day trade locked. If you have any gaps in your hedge where you might not make profit, that's where the stock will land. You're forgetting that I can close everything and deposit 20 grand. 15 grand? Yeah. I read one article that's more DD than I normally do. I know, I find it extremely concerning. Touche, Pickle Man. Hmm. It's like 80-70 still the way to go here. Fuck, I hate everything about this. 75.65. $75.70. Power hour. Hmm. Gherk, just deposit the 25K and save yourself from the misery. Are you kidding me? This is super fun. My tummy doesn't hurt, but I have gas. Okay, should I just deposit 100K into IBKR and buy Fubo shares tomorrow? Oh, Jesus. Is it diamond handing to hold a 4420C that expires tomorrow? I mean, you could have sold it at 4485. I assume you held it to try to capture 4500. Don't you think that's a super fucking greedy? Control Z doesn't work in WeBull. No shit. Greg, I can't believe I have to be the one to tell you this, but you should really start with a paper trading account when trying new strategies like that. There's nothing new about it, and it's phenomenal. I have calls and puts. I'm not sure I should have even bought anything. Yeah, you might be right about that. Did the 4480 sell off? No? Where the fuck is Charm? Hmm. But if they don't get the 4480 in the money soon, it's going to be a problem. No, I'm not taking delivery of oil for you. I'm doing a challenge, Ethan. Can you take delivery of some oil for me? Oh, you already asked me that. Okay, real question though. We were expecting this to dump though, right? Like hard? Most have 100%ed their money in Fubo. Even though it's a long hold, selling looks attractive too. Yeah, that's up to you. If you've 100%ed your position, I mean, what what's to stop you from selling? I don't care. Me and Atomic are probably more than happy to buy your shares at the bottom. Reports of Chinese aircraft circling Taiwan. Yeah, that's not bearish. Why not sell half and recover cost basis? Don't try to make sense. I sold CCs on Fubo last week for half, so I don't care if it goes down. I'll be back in. The Chinese part of Taiwan, aka China, they're defending Taiwan's right to sovereignty. That's all. I'm just checking for threats. I'm just confused how this market keeps fucking going up. You're not alone. Hmm. It's kind of stressful that it's just not doing anything. But I need to be profitable under 65, right? So I've got to buy 6 of these. Okay. Mm. Okay. I think I'm good. We're just gonna close where we opened again. Mm. Actually, that'd be awesome. I would enjoy that. Crack, why no 4,500 today? Nobody buying any more calls right now. It's problematic. I spent a whole $100 on 0 DTE calls. If there's no pump, I'll never financially recover from this until tomorrow. Yeah, that makes sense. Win volume. I don't know. They're shorting the fuck out of VIX, which is super bullish, I think. And then hopefully I don't have to buy this fucking hedge. It's okay, Gurk. The world wasn't ready for your cluster spreads anyway. All right, a little better. What are we looking like over here? Not super bearish just yet. Though we're about to get more bearish. Dun, dun. Reverse into close like yesterday. $44. Do you also wash your clothes twice before putting them in the dryer? No? End of day pull, since just being flat up, down, or flat from here. I don't want to. No. Good night, Vix, sweet prince. 1269 was boofed because of T plus 208, but of course, that makes sense. Gork, what happened with Beyond? I sold puts like 2 hours ago. I want to buy them back. I have no idea. Was it running? I wasn't even watching it. Short put selling. Maybe they're prepping for an end of day pump. I'm peeking at it now, Carl. Oh fuck! It was running hard. Let me see what. I'll check what Gamma Max is for you. 1 second. Gamma Max is 18, so rejected on the test. Looks like call interest is picking up. Delta exposure on the dealer is turning a bit positive as of yesterday. I'm sure it's a little more than today. And gamma exposure is positive. So it should be moderately sustainable. PPI applicable to BTU? Yeah. Hmm. Well, there's some movement. When calculating profit, do I need to factor in the broker side costs? If not, I just 4x my Fubo call spread. If yes, then I'm down 2 cents. Also, does one call count as a spread? No. But yes, you should probably factor in your costs, like commission and any exchange fees. Congratulations. Now you're only down $2.98. How much lower do you think VIX can go over the next 30 to 45 days? I don't know if it's going to go a lot lower.
82. 82. 282. Or 260. Mm. 66. Okay, that's good. I can work with this. Fill the fucking gap. Go. SPX halted to close. Big sell off on 44.75s. A little bit of a sell off on them. Not enough time for that, right? What's the gap put us at? 44.43? 44, 44.41. Is there an off chance anyone has ever taken your mustache for a spin? Something I heard my wife mumble in the background. What mean? It's really. Tell her I said thank you. Okay, I made 5K today, never going over 15K buying power. I'm having that conversation tonight. SVX only at 1.5 billy volume. That doesn't sound right. $30 in 30 minutes. Jeebus. I don't care where we close as long as it's over 44.80 or under 44.60. Yeah, I mean, I think we might be kind of in the same boat on that. Motherfucking toe ring, gang. You should see the abomination that I have built here. It's beautiful.
This bounce just shorts closing? Could be. But if shorts get out, then bulls win. Is that a blue slushy? No, it's just a giant blue cup. Do you mean SHD? Kmonger? It's one of those option strap plays where the payout oscillates green and red on every other block. Oh yeah. No, it's mostly just red in the middle, which is where we're trading. Fucking NQ should. I hope NQ slips here. Just fall, you piece of shit. Oh man, I would feel bad if you weren't rich. I'm reading your position right. Down 1300 for the day on the Frankenstein vertical abomination you lab created. Yep. Yep. I'm pretty unprofitable between 4170 and 4180. What the fuck is going on with BTU? 6% move from the high today. I don't know, maybe someone took some profits? Broad commodities are up, so it shouldn't be getting hit that hard. But yeah, it's down a little bit. It's not even $1 though, so I'm not really sure what the panic is over. Good thing we're at 4470 then, I guess. No, it's not a good thing. Are they just like shorting the absolute fuck out of the VIX spike? Ooh. Can I buy another one of these? Yes. Yes, I fucking can. This is intense. Check DMs. What do you got, Zork? Ooh. Bullish. It's kind of the inverse of what I'm seeing literally everywhere else. I'm almost back at the low for the day on VIX. $75, $80, $85 volumes exploding. It says the put volume though. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot of puts being ready to be sold. Note the bid ask on the August 18 410 put. Jesus Christ. It almost doubled? The price action for Friday next week have much bearing on what happens 0 DT on SPX. Could. Friday of next week. Wait, actually, rephrase that. What? Why is BTU tanking today? It's literally down 93 cents. Bull's gonna win here? I don't know. They're either gonna win or lose epically. I think that's where we're at here. I know it kind of looks like BTU just tested a local high and got rejected, but it's still like more than it was, or at it's like at resistance where it was fucking 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Hmm. Five. All right, 5 days ago, whatever. VIX back to zero. They're trying, man. I feel like if they could get VIX to zero, they'd be really happy here. During it's totally normal for the ask side of that contract to rise by, 600 every couple minutes. Puts free at VIX zero. Puts would be pretty free at VIX like 11. It's just me, Dork. I'm selling all the puts. I want to make my spread amalgamation look good. What's your expectation tomorrow? 4,500 or 4,400? I hate that range is so wide. I would expect that if we fail to get 4,500 today or overnight, tomorrow our range moves from like 45.75 to 45.50. We could still pump really hard right here because obscene amounts of puts are being sold. Fucking clown market. Yeah, it's ridiculous. In 8 words, can you describe what you're hoping to accomplish with this massive spread? Just some like moderate profitability. Are those in the money puts or zero DTE? I mean, they're not zero DTE, or VIX wouldn't be getting crushed. Carvana dead. Hard rejection at 46, falling fast. That's way above Gamma Max. Today I'd be seriously consider walking away from this market. Yeah, today was a weird one. Fun though. The crushing VIX has sold puts, but SPX isn't really zooming yet. Nope. I mean, it's not for lack of them trying. It's just there's a lot of resistance to it. Your SPX amalgamation reminds me of yesterday's description of your meatloaf sandwich. That's what I'm going to call this option strategy, the meatloaf sandwich. The sloppy loaf. It's actually really not that bad. It's like 20% risk with a 100% return potential. It's just messy, but that's just because I can't close things, right? James Rowland offering a new strategy called Chop Cheese for $100 a month. I'm just gonna start lowering the price of Dillionaire. I don't give a shit. Prove it. When will the restrictions go away? When you have enough capital? Yeah, you have to get above 25,000. Alright, that's it. I'm just not touching anything now. We'll see what happens. 12 minutes, let's go. Down or up? I mean, doesn't matter as long as it's one. How likely is Fubo to hold $3? I mean, probably not likely to hold it for long, but it could still move higher. Where's your biggest dead spot? Right where we're trading. I'm profitable here and here. Ooh. Do you have an educated guess as to what I should target for Fubo buy rates? Preferably if you can tell me the exact tick by tick moves. No. If someone bought a few calls, say 4,500 for a premium of say $600, 5 contracts at 30 cents. That doesn't sound right. And the SPX closed at 44.05. That someone would still lose $100, correct? As the cash settlement is only 500. Yes, but your some of your math is incorrect there. 5 contracts at 30 cents is $1.50. And each of those contracts would close at 505. So it'd be you'd be making $5 per contract on $1.50 cost. So that's, yeah, minus 25 minus premium. It's looking bad. No shit, Sherlock. Hey, that's what Dork said. What? Oh, I was just writing it out. Oh, Indian food? I'm gonna order pav bhaji. Okay. The math words, the thing with the numbers and things. I see. Can you go over what the spread was and how you made it? Messy as it is, having 200% on either side is amazing. Not if we close directly in the middle of it, it's not. It's called a deconstructed iron condor. I think metal bird is more accurate. There's nothing condor about it. It's an Onyx chicken. Dork. It's gonna take max loss. Yeah. Big ouch. Well, I mean there's 5 minutes, but it's highly likely. Maybe this tiny megaphone breaks down. I'm glad you only allocated 10% of your port for this and kept it responsible. It's about 20%. It was worth it for the risk reward. For the record, my position is 2 XSP contracts. I don't have the mess you have. Ooh. Oh, fuck. We're gonna get there. Fun while it lasted. What? I mean, the account's fine. I don't think I'm even drawing down like my last 3 days of profits. Good time to roll out BTU puts, by the way. I don't know where you have them. Sure. No, I'm not at max pain here. I'm at a. No, I still am. And the money puts for next week, just rolling out. Oh, okay. Bulls are dead. I mean, I wish they'd die a little faster. Fuck. Oof. Yeah, big oof. That sucks. Is that gonna fill? I don't know. Anyway, ding ding. Well, that sucked. Yeah, closing directly in the middle of that. Slim chance, but it happened. So that was fun. One of us. The pain trade, right? Oh well. You called that 3 hours ago. I knew there was a decent chance of it happening. But if it didn't happen, right? Anyway. So yeah, VIX getting crushed hard into close with very little bounce back. We've got let me see here if we can get an update. We got about 214 million gamma at 44.75 that expired out of the money. And we've got a pretty big increase in volume at 4,500, which I'm going to go with is heavily sold now. A pretty significant decrease in call interest to the downside, with only 44.90 showing any improvement to the upside. 44.50 call interest tomorrow is still quite high. And then so is 70 and 75. So a bit of those positions rolling forward, but 40.80 to 40.95 still pretty fucking flat. And I think that's about it. How's the video looking? Let's see how it ended the day. It looks like it looks like it ended the day on a test of 44.40. I don't think we've got a lot of call selling here yet. I'll need to look at the numbers tonight, but probably too early to short it, too late to go long. It may test 450, but that'll really depend on if it holds 440 overnight. Like if the 440 sold calls don't pull back and it drops overnight, then it's probably not going to perform really well. Is this another opportunity for Tesla? No, not really. I mean, Tesla failed to break 275 again, which is pretty bearish, but you probably want to confirm a breakdown of 270 before taking any kind of positioning, which hasn't happened yet. So it might need to wait there. What are we looking for with PPI tomorrow? It's probably going to be bullish, right? Like there's really nothing working against PPI yet. Oil just started going up, so it's going to be a while before there's any increased inflationary effects there, if any surface at all. So 4,500 pressure is still there for this week, but next week and further it's falling off. Yeah, I mean if we fail to hit 4,500 by the end of this week, it starts to get kind of shitty for any kind of move above it. What's your take on the QQQ? I mean, they're still rebalancing. Kind of looks like it double topped a bit today, but I mean, it's so far up from, where it was before the CPI report. It's got a long way to come down. And the rebalancing, I don't think it's till the 24th. So the Monday following OPEX. Thanks, Jen Jen. You too. Palantir thoughts? I don't really have any. Up a little bit today, but still below the prior high, right? Yeah. I don't know. I'll probably start selling some CCs on it. This like Russell pump has gone on about long enough. Tomorrow we see VIX sub 1253, I think. If they keep shorting it as hard as they did at the end of the day today, it's possible. NASDAQ rebalance. My understanding is they announce weights after close this Friday, and that rebalance is accomplished by close next Friday. Should be, yeah. So market open on Monday, it should be complete. On the 24th. Last week you said something cryptic about this Thursday. No, I didn't. Did I? I say cryptic shit all the time. Was it to Dork? Were we talking about crossover day? Today was crossover day. Me and Dork are gonna have ice cream sandwiches together later. Yeah, it came a day early, but still exciting. I don't know. We're gonna figure out how to celebrate. Happy crossover day to you too, Dork. What does that mean? It's me and Dork are saying hi to each other. It's our thing. It's a crossover day. It's a fun, friend filled event. We do squiggle things, you know. It's thank you, Deck P. All right, that's enough of this. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. We'll see if I can land right in the middle of my fucking mess of spreads. Thanks, guys. I hope everyone has a good night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.